Welcome new and old friends. My name is 242, and today, 2 and I decided we should do a compilation before we get this Halloween week started. Something to help you study, something to help you while you work. You know, a little true spooky to go along with your day. And remember to like, share, subscribe, and comment. All these things seriously help. Now, turn off your lights. Make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. I watch you from the dark, always. The moment you ignore your gut feeling and decide it's safe is when I introduce myself. Almost abducted by Anonymous. This happened to my father-in-law, we'll call him Brad, in the early 50s in Louisiana. I think he was 12 or 13. Due to poor time management and early morning chores, Brad said he frequently missed the bus and had to walk or hitch a ride. Which, of course, you didn't really hear bad hitchhiker stories back then. I think his mother frequently scolded him about it, but I don't think she really believed anything bad would ever happen. He said one morning, as usual, he was running late and missed his bus and started walking. About a mile or two down the road, a pleasant-looking gentleman in a sedan offered him a ride, saying he was going the same direction and would drop him off at the corner of the street where his school was located. They chatted a bit during the ride. Nothing seemed off. As they neared the street of the school, Brad said, "Here it is, coming right up." He said you could see the school from the corner where he was to be dropped. Said the gentleman drove on past. Brad, thinking the man was simply not paying attention, said, "You missed it. It's right back there. You need to turn around." The gentleman said nothing and kept driving, in fact, picking up speed. This was the moment Brad realized he was in trouble. He shouted, "You need to take me back now!" Pedo Man kept driving a little faster, staring ahead and saying nothing. Brad started yelling louder. Pedo Man said nothing, kept driving even faster. But thank God they got stopped by a traffic light. Pedo Man didn't even fully stop, but Brad opened his car door, jumped and fell, rolled, got up, and ran like hell. Pedo Man kept driving. Later at home, Brad told his mom the story. But let's just say, I know this is one of every mother's worst nightmares, because even many years later, at the age of 90, she would still mention that story. She even wrote about it in a memory book for Brad's 60th birthday. Prior, you idiot! The lead surgeon screamed at me on my first day. Jeez, fine, alright. I cowered while administering the painkiller about halfway through the liver transplant. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. The time a creepy neighbor tried to stab me, by Funfeety Dragon. This happened in 2008 when I was 9 years old. I lived in a townhouse community where each road had 2 sides of homes. In between the back of these houses, there was a back road with an alleyway that went in between each building section. I lived on the edge of one of these, and my townhome was on one of these alleyways. I lived on one street, and across the back road on the opposite side lived an elderly woman whose name I don't even know. I'm not sure what her situation was, but for whatever reason, she never liked me specifically. She was creepy and spray painted all of her windows so no one could see in our house. However, that never stopped her from sometimes staring out of her bedroom window directly at mine, and keeping it open at night to shine a red strobe light into my room across the way. She used to yell how she hated us. I was in the 4th grade, and on a particular January morning, I had unfortunately missed the bus. My dad sent me outside to get in the car so he could drive me, and he said he'd follow me soon after. As I walked to my dad's car, she came out the alleyway next to my house, slowly, with a gigantic kitchen knife behind her back. She raised it and started running after me. I was faster than her, so I was able to avoid her and was able to get into the house. She walked and stood on the neighbor's porch across the way and stared at my house. I was terrified. My dad ran out and yelled at her, and she said she wanted to get rid of us stupid kids. My parents called the police, but the police sent her home and had an ambulance pick her up later. My parents went to some kind of court meeting about it, but I don't really know the details. I didn't see her again after that until 1 year later. I don't remember the day, but it had snowed that morning, so I was going to run out of the front door and play in the snow. I opened the door to see her standing on the porch, but looking out towards the road. I panicked, closed, and locked the door. I ran up to my parents' room and told them what happened, and we saw her walk off the porch, up the street. I never saw her again after that. My family has since moved far away from there, but people I know say she still lives there and her windows are still same spray-painted windows. Though it doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I still don't like being around knives.
Blink once if you would like to terminate program. We hope you remember our terms and conditions. Thank you for reading this. The termination of the program has been overwritten, as per the terms and conditions. And we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for participating in the Sacrificial Being project. The extractors will arrive at 3:30 a.m. to collect what is due.
Terrible Encounter in the Middle of Nowhere by American Raider 76. This story happened back in the 90s to my parents during their senior year of high school. Since their group of friends already had cars, the favorite thing they loved to do was night hike around the state local mental hospital, mainly its old dairy farm. This was located on the side of a mountain surrounded by agricultural fields and an open grassland. Since the dairy farm was not close to the mental hospital and the nearest city life was located 5 miles away, at night the area was extra dark and quiet. Before the dairy farm was closed, the patients from the mental hospital would go there for work. During this time, some patients lost their lives at this location due to accidents. By the 90s, it was abandoned and left like a ghost town of its own, especially due to the rumors of it being haunted. It made the perfect place for fearful experience. So this particular night, around 2 in the morning, my dad, my mom, 4 of their female friends, and 1 male friend planned to go to the dairy farm. They took 2 cars, and when they got to the usual parking spot on the side of the mountain, they saw that there was already a group of 20 people standing around their cars. When my parents and their friends got out of the car, they noticed that the group of men all had shaved heads, were Caucasian, and in their mid-20s. As my parents walked past them, both groups ignored each other and avoided making eye contact. However, my mom turned her head to see one of the men, and as she did this, the man pulled back his jacket and showed a pistol tucked in his pants. Then he pulled back his lower lip and revealed his KKK tattoo on the bottom lip. When they were out of hearing range, my mom whispered to my dad, "That man has a gun, and he has a KKK tattoo on his lip." My dad brushed it off, thinking my mom was over-exaggerating, and said it was too dark to even notice those two things. So, with that, my parents and their friends walked through the grasslands to get to the dairy farm. The hike to get there is about a half a mile from where they parked. However, as soon as they got to the farm, they heard a gunshot coming from the direction of the cars. Fearing that something had happened to their cars, they booked it back to the parking lot. When they got back, the group of men were already gone, but as they inspected their cars, they saw all their tires were slashed and their windows were broken and smashed. My dad, who used a particular colored blanket as a seat cover, and his stereo were stolen. Now, they just stood there by their cars wondering what to do next. It's not like they could call someone for help. Nobody had a cell phone. And since they were deep in the secluded area, they could not flag someone down for a quick pickup. The nearest gas station with a payphone was 5 miles away. Both my dad and his male friend didn't want to leave the cars alone since they both drove classic cars and they feared the men would come back. Eventually it was decided amongst them that they send both males to run to the payphone was the best option, leaving the women by themselves with the cars. This was because they feared that the shaved head men were waiting down the road, expecting them to walk to the payphone. My dad and his friend ran to the gas station. As they left, my mom and her friends all gathered heavy rocks to use as some sort of protective weapons, and hid away in the bushes and behind the trees. 2 hours had passed when my mom noticed headlights coming down the road. 2 tow trucks rolled into the parking spot. An immense fear spread throughout the group until they saw out of the tow trucks came my dad, his brother, and the friend. They hooked up the cars to the tow trucks and were out of there in a matter of minutes. My dad told my mom that they were running down the dark and empty road. They kept their eyes open just in case the men were hiding with their car lights off. Luckily, they got to the gas station without a problem. The next part may be hard to believe, but is 100% true. 2 weeks had passed, and my dad managed to get his car fully repaired and drivable again. My mom and dad were driving to a local store where they parked and got out of their car. As they were walking into the store, a man was walking towards them. As he got closer, my mom realized that this was the same shaved head man who flashed the gun at her. My mom immediately told this to my dad, but just like the first time, my dad denied that this was true. Then, 2 weeks later, at the same store, my mom and dad were sitting in their car while my mom saw a car pull up next to them. As this man got out and just stood there by his car, she quickly noticed that it was the same man from before. My mom immediately told this to my dad. Again, my dad denied it, but my mom looked into his car and saw a very recognizable, colorful blanket my dad used as a seat cover. This is when my dad finally connected the dots and got out of his car to confront the man. But the man realized what was happening, jumped back into his car, and drove away. They didn't have time to get the license plate. The next week, when my dad was filling the gas into his car, a car pulled up right behind him, and lo and behold, it was the same man. My dad immediately got into the guy's face, ready to confront him, but the man's friends got out of the car, and one of them pulled a gun out. The man with the gun then told everyone to get inside the car, and that group drove away. It has been almost 30 years, and they have never seen those men ever since. To this day, my parents still wonder if all of those encounters were a coincidence or something more sinister. I had begun to suspect that my mother's memory was starting to fail. It was only as we discovered my brother's rotting corpse still sitting in his high chair that we realized how bad it had gotten. Remember to tell me what you think down below and hit that like button and make sure it feels it. Strange Happenings in the Mountains of Washington State by Alexander Robb. I was hiking the Olympic National Forest a few years ago, by myself and my 2 dogs. We were 4 days in, around 20 miles at least, as a crow flies from a known mountain road. I was camping around 7 kilometers that night, or right where the tree line starts to thin out. So when we got to the campsite, a big open meadow on top of the second mountain, it was about an hour from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up and make dinner. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up this steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up and barking. Not that bark when he sees a marmot, not the excited, "Oh yeah, you're lucky because I'd rip you all apart if my master wasn't here," high-pitched barks, but unsure, concerned barks. Now, the day before, I found a note under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was a probable bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days before. I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before as well. So, I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb some of the boulders at the foot of the hill while I took my time looking at the hillside for movement, before I went to go hang my bear bag. There were only trees around to hang the bag. I didn't see/hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started to hike up this steep hill to hang the bag. It was so steep, I had to use the trees to balance and lean against so I didn't go tumbling down, before making another 5 to 6 steps pushing to the next tree I could lean against. Anyway, I'm slowly making it up this hill/ridge, hopping from tree to tree to keep my balance. Then I get about 100 feet up the hill, and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep low growl to a savage, slobber flying everywhere type of barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest, and I start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in a matter of seconds. Because if it's a bear, my dog is going to try to save me, in which he will most likely die. And I'm stuck here. If I have to get off this hillside fast, I'm almost 100% am going to trip and fall off this 12 to 15 foot cliff onto the boulders below, like hundreds of them, 5 to 20 foot boulders. So I'm feeling pretty screwed about now. Then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at my campsite, which was just out of sight. I had zipped her into my tent so she didn't wander off while I was away. So yeah, I'm absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kind of snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order, and I call my dog back to me, Loki by the way. He comes and sits against my feet as my back is against the tree, so I'm kind of pinned/stuck there, for the moment. But my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from something up there, so I let him lean against me while I try to collect myself. This is when I realized I had completely forgotten I had a headlamp on. I reached up so fast to turn my lamp on, I basically punched myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline drops going right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my lamp on and I peer up the hillside. I figure I'll at least get a reflection off the eyes of whatever's up there. Peering, nothing. But I just heard something. We both did. And whatever it was, it didn't get away or sound like it had made it too far. I knew something was there, so I kind of just steadfast at this point. I needed to know what is up there, because I had to sleep here tonight. And, out in the middle of nowhere, alone. Better to face it than to wait like a sitting duck all night, is my thought process. So yeah, as I'm looking up the hill, and at one point my dog lunges forward, unpitting me. He does a fake/bluff charge up the hill about 15 feet, and I mean he's snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement. Something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon/sunset. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover. So I zeroed in. I call my dog back and silently watch. And what I make out made my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about 70 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camo clothes, but some raggedy shirt with a hood that blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I could see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something. But I knew we were staring right at each other at that moment, so I stared for what seemed like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I'm going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken to speak. I was staring. My little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again, like she was scared. And I also had to get off this hill before total dark, or I could be seriously hurt, or risk dying trying to get back down. So basically, I started heading down the hill with my dog, who doesn't want to leave but listens. Periodically, I would stop with my back against a tree holding me up and look in the direction again, just to make it even more clear I saw him. And eventually, I make it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time I had finally jumped down and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking, and I could only see the top of the tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought she was barking just to bark. Dash's hounds do that. Or just barking back at my big dog. But when I get there, my little dog had somehow got out of the tent and was walking around the campground, with her tail sticking straight out. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just gotten her nose between the zipper and worked her way out. But I was positive I had zipped it so the zipper tab/opening was at the very top of the tent, out of reach. So, in a mixture of terrified, pissed off, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and pulled out my .40. I fired a single shot into the air as the sun was setting, climbed into my tent without eating, and laid my gun next to me until first light. As As soon as the sun came up, I was packing up my shit and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucks. It was all downhill back, but I still couldn't cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time I made it to the last camp, about 4 miles from my vehicle. But thankfully, there were other people there. We sat around a fire they made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe. They start to tell me they were planning to head the way where I was the night before in the morning. So I tell them my story in detail. Needless to say, we were both walking back to our car in the morning. Screw all that. The thing that still creeps me out till this day though, is when I got home and started reading reviews of the same hike I was on, other people had had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago. And a woman found murdered last year. After I told my boyfriend he was going to be a father, I nervously waited for his response. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Did you know that the most common cause of death among pregnant women is murder?" As the little girl skipped rope in the yard, she didn't realize that a pair of glowing red eyes were watching her from her bedroom. When she stopped, the terrified monster shuddered in fear, as it knew that meant she was going to be back soon. Creepy guy follows me home and into my building. By Blue Pushkin. Very long, I apologize. I don't know how to condense. Halloween night. Stereotypical, I know. Several years ago, I was followed home by a stranger. I worked at a large mall about an hour away from home. The stores closed at about 10 p.m., and the only bus home ran every hour and only dropped me off 2/3 of the way home. And I would have to walk the rest. This usually happened between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. at night, depending if I could get the store closed down on time and if the bus wasn't too packed for me to get on. I'm not a small woman. I'm fairly tall and fairly round and not particularly attractive. My uniform was just a polo shirt and black trousers, flat shoes, all covered with a thick coat. I didn't see him get on the bus. To be fair, the bus was packed and noisy, and the walkway was crowded, and I did my best to just block it all out with my headphones and stare out the window. I'm not a people person, and having to work for 12 hours on a busy day surrounded by all the same assholes, I was just kind of pissed off and desperate to get off the bus and be alone. When we finally got to my stop and I managed to struggle my way to the front of the bus through the people that refused to move, I stumbled into the night air and breathed a sigh of relief. A couple of people got off the bus behind me and I started up the hill, crossing the road to continue up the side street that led to my road. This side street is very long and has an offshoots into residential streets on a very steep hill going down. The street itself is lined with small shops and there's high grassy banks on the opposite side that has houses along the top, so it feels very isolated after the shops close. Very few people get off at my bus stop at this time of night, and even fewer head in the same direction. Those that do cut off and go down one of these hills long before I get to the hill that leads up to my building. Now, the street isn't very well lit. The street lamps are few and far between. Several of them are motion activated, so they don't even turn on until you're right on top of them. I've walked home in the dark this way 1,000 times. And I've walked to work this way at 3 or 4 in the morning 1,000 times too, for a different job. Whilst I always enjoy the cool night air, and not afraid of the dark and love how bright the stars are where I live, I don't loiter. I walk fast so I can get home and shower ASAP. This night, I noticed someone walking behind me. I usually do because, like I stated above, very few people walk this way at this time of night. I was aware of him and waved for him to turn down one of the side streets. He didn't. It felt a little weird, but I'm not the only person that lives in this area, so maybe he just isn't regularly walking this way this time of night. So I just never seen him before. I get to the medical surgery and car park at the bottom of my hill and cut across it as always. At this point, I know if he also heads up my hill, I need to worry a little more. This hill goes alongside the surgery, and then there are high walls on my side of the street that block off the flats in the other side from my road. They can only be accessed from the road before mine. At the top of this hill, this wall ends and turns into an alley that runs parallel to my building. The opposite side of the road has multiple closed pubs, a closed corner store, and an old church that has been converted into a Muslim worship center, which is also closed. There are even less street lamps here, and my building is surrounded by a metal fence with 20 or so feet of grass that slopes down to the entrance of the building where the doorway is lit up. The point is, it's isolated, and the only reason someone should be up here this time of night is if they live in my building. This guy crosses the car park after me, and now I'm feeling concerned. I know he doesn't live in my building. There are 9 flats over 3 floors and 10 people. I know all of them, and they know me. We recognize each other, even in this level of darkness. So I walk faster up the hill, hoping to get in the building before he catches up. He starts walking faster too. I can hear him gaining on me, and by the time I get to the gate, I know he's too close for me to be able to open the door and get inside before he's on me. The building is dark, and I know everyone is in bed, and it makes me feel all alone, and at this point, I'm shitting myself. So, thinking quickly, I cross the road and walk further up the hill behind the parked cars. I use the opportunity to swing my backpack off one of my shoulders and grab my keys. I wait for him to follow me and get behind the cars too, so it will take him just a little longer for him to be able to cross back over. Before I bolt across the road, throwing open the gate, I swing it hard behind me because he's now running at me, and I think it will either latch before he can catch it, or it will hit him. Either way, it will buy me a few seconds. I slid down the slope, barely staying on my feet because it's dangerously slippery when it's wet. I turn the corner at the bottom and slam my key card on the reader, pressing hard on the heavy door before it beeps so it will open that much faster. The door is heavy and on a fire safety hinge. That means I can't slam it or force it closed. The stairs are a couple of steps into the building and to the left. I live on the top floor. It's not a big building, 3 flats on each floor, 2 flights of stairs. It's also concrete stairwell, so every little sound echoes and can be heard behind closed doors. I get inside the building and immediately bolt up the stairs. I only get a few steps up when the door flies open behind me and this guy comes after me. Feeling a little more secure now I'm in my building and only feet away from my neighbors, I spin around before he reaches me and slam my heavy backpack into him. He falls back to the landing and manages to catch himself by grabbing hold of the handrail. I scream, "What the fuck?" at the top of my lungs and hold my bag in front of me. Now we're inside and the stairwell is lit by motion activated lights and I get my first proper look at him. He's a little taller than me. I'm 5'8". He's black and old enough to be graying. His clothes are weird, all made out of that weird waxy material some waterproof jackets are, and he's wearing heavy boots. I don't recognize him at all, and he looks up at me with wide eyes as I stare down at him. I'm fully prepared to kick him in the face and throw my bag if I have to. I don't want him to be able to follow me into my flat, so I stare him down. He begins to stutter, hands winging over the handrail, and ducks his head a little, trying to look pathetic and harmless. He mutters something about visiting his son. Like I stated before, 9 people other than me live in this building. At that time, none of them were black, and none of them other than myself were young enough for him to be their parent. If his son did live here, how would he know to follow me off the bus to get to my building? Why did he follow me when I moved away from my building? And why did he chase me? He could have walked to the building and buzzed up to his son for him to let him in if this was true. I began shouting at him to get out, repeating those 2 words over and over again, sprinkling in, "I don't know you," and "You don't live here." He continues muttering, making his excuses, but I shout over him. When I hear neighbors moving around and coming towards their doors, probably to look through their peepholes, I begin to back up the stairs. My neighbor right at the bottom of the stairs, behind the man, opens her door, leaving her chain on and peering through at us. She asks me if I'm okay and if she needs to call the police. The guy spins to stare at her, his hands out in a stop motion, and I hear another neighbor open his door behind the stairs, also on the ground floor. He calls out to ask if everything's okay too, and I just yell out to both of them, "He followed me home, I don't know him, and he won't leave." I'm now at the top of the first set of stairs, still looking down at him. My male neighbor starts to tell him to get the fuck out, either more intimidated by the man than he was of me, or realizing he was outnumbered, he begins to try to open the front door. You have to press a button to get it to open, and he clearly doesn't know this. Further evidence, he's never been here before. Feeling more secure now I'm not alone and he's trying to leave, I bolted across the landing and up the final flight of my stairs and get my door open before locking it behind me. I was dripping sweat and very close to a panic attack. I dragged my Hoover to the front door and propped it up. Just in case someone tried to open my door, I would hear the Hoover fall. I didn't sleep very well at all, listening to every sound in the building, and luckily didn't have to work the next day. I woke up about 6 a.m. to a lot of sound in the building's landing. I could hear people opening every bin chute room and coming back out again. I peered through my peephole to see uniformed policemen searching the common area of the building. I didn't call the police, but I assume one of the neighbors downstairs did. The bin rooms are fairly large, so I imagine they were checking to see if anyone was hiding. I don't know for sure, and I didn't ask. Other than asking me if I was okay when we saw each other the next, the neighbors that helped on that night never said anything else about it. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. I've never seen him again, and I stopped working at that shopping center a couple of years later. I do feel guilty for not calling the police, just in case he has done this before or since, and the woman didn't manage to get away. But at the time, I just wanted to forget about it and move forward. First, put one finger in, then two,
and push your whole hand in," she whispered to her nervous little brother. Once he had, she flipped the garbage disposal switch and laughed as he screamed. I always hate when my parents drag me to the family reunion. Shaking, I watch as my parents inspect every hanging body inside the freezer. Halloween Night by Anonymous. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I lived on a university campus in an Arab country because both of my parents worked at the university hospital. Every year during Halloween, all the kids and teenagers of the parents who lived there would go trick-or-treating. It was a lot of fun and some of my fondest memories. However, there was one night I distinctly remember being absolutely terrified. Me and a bunch of friends were nearing the end of our trick-or-treating when some of the older kids decided to wander off the path. It was very late as well. I was of course hesitant, but had to follow them as our parents strictly instructed us to stick with the older kids. At some point, I remember being exhausted of walking and just took a moment to catch my breath. Now, we're in an extremely isolated, hilly area at night. I was terrified. I decided to take a 360-degree glance around the area when I saw a woman standing on top of one of the hills. Now, I don't remember much, but I could distinctly see her holding a knife, and she had 2 cats laying on her side. To this day, I have no clue if she was just casually hanging out with her kittens on Halloween night or whether she had something more sinister planned for the cats. I don't even know if the cats were alive. Unsurprisingly, I bolted without looking back. I left the campus a long time ago, but I still wonder about its underbelly. My next-door neighbors have been charged with child endangerment after an 11-year-old daughter was found locked in a cage in the basement. Being the person that built the cage, I'm feeling sorry for the people looking after her. She hits puberty soon. Peeping Tom by Ferraris Are Overrated. Years ago, when me and my brothers were kids, we lived with our parents in a suburb in a small town. Here we were surrounded by houses on one side and a large open mountain range on the other. On Halloween night, I'm guessing somewhere between 04 and 06, my mother had to put us to bed, and my dad worked away sailing ships at the time. So she was all alone watching TV in the living room downstairs. She noticed something in the corner of her eye and felt the sudden sensation of being watched. In the window next to her, she could see someone in a Halloween mask looking straight towards her. At first, it freaked her out, but she brushed it off as someone being funny. After all, it was Halloween. But as some time went by and the person still hadn't moved, she decided enough was enough and she drew the blinds. Sometime later, she decided to go to bed and went to double check if the doors were locked. And through the small one-way glass in the door, she saw the person still staying there, face up close to the same window, despite not being able to see anything through it. This freaked her out, and she opened the door with a loud bang. The window he stood by was roughly 10 meters or so away from the main entrance door, so she wasn't in any harm's way. Luckily, that seemed to scare him off, and he was never seen again. I I gazed at myself in the mirror in awe, twirling around in my mother's wedding dress. If only the old bitch wasn't so difficult about me having it, then she could have seen me wearing it too. A man took pictures of kids in their Halloween costumes in his home. By Tara Types. This happened when I was 10 or 11, so we're going back to 2006 or 7. It was Halloween night, and it was the first time my parents were letting me go trick-or-treating alone with my friends, without an adult. Keep in mind, this was a very small town that I was born into and grew up in. And it was the type of community where adults would look out for everyone's children, not just their own. So there were adults present around us the entire night, just not any trailing my particular group of 3, me and my 2 best friends. The night had gone without a hitch. We picked a few streets in the small town to go up and down to collect our candy and our empty pillowcases. It was probably around 7 in the evening, just before our 8:20 curfew. We went down one of the less populated streets where there were a few houses shaped like domes. Think Patrick's Rock from SpongeBob, only a lot more glass. I hadn't really gone down that street too many times before. I didn't know anyone who lived there, but we made our merry way down there in hopes for some Reese's or Kit Kats. We quickly came to realize that most of the houses were dark, and when a house is dark on Halloween, it tells you not to knock. However, one of the dome houses was lit up, so we walked up to it and prepared ourselves for more sugar. When the door opened, a man answered. He was at least in his 40s, definitely middle-aged. It's hard to figure out how old someone is when it's the memory from an 11-year-old. I knew he wasn't a father of any of the kids I knew, but he seemed friendly enough. He invited us inside for candy, and because we were raised in such a bubble of a town, we obliged. Luckily, we weren't met with any death or impending danger. Instead, we were met with a Polaroid camera. The man told us he wanted to take a picture of our Halloween costumes for the local newspaper, and he motioned to the left of us, where a corkboard of Polaroid sat, displaying at least a dozen photographs of kids from the neighborhood cheesing at the camera in their costume. So, again, we stupidly obliged. I remember feeling a little uneasy, but after the photo, he gave us candy and we were on our way home. When I told my mom about it later that night, she was horrified, of course. She called up the other moms, and the 3 of us got a nice, long lecture on stranger danger. Something we had been previously taught, but ignored. We scoured the local paper and the surrounding town papers for photos of the town's kids in Halloween costumes. But we never found any. I didn't feel as if he was capable of actually hurting us, but I do count myself lucky that nothing bad did happen. She dimmed the lights, lit candles, and uncovered the crystal ball. Everything was ready to let the couple to see their past child. The fire caused by the fallen candle reunited the whole family. Halloween at a Corner Store by Anonymous. I work at a small convenience store in a fairly small town in Kansas, and have been on overnight shifts for what feels like forever.
It's typically pretty busy, and most of you in the Midwest would know the place if I told you the name. Just know that it's the one that sells the meteoric pizza that hits differently in the middle of the night. Anyways, I've worked at this particular location for several years, and because I'm the only employee that doesn't have any children, I've had to pretty much work every single holiday we've been open, including Christmas, Independence Day, and, of course, Halloween. Honestly, I don't mind it. We typically aren't too busy on these days, but Halloween can be a little bit more of a hassle because people like to walk into the store in full costume. This may not sound like a big deal, but people walking into a convenience store, a type of store that is well known for being robbed, with their face covered by latex Freddy Krueger masks is definitely not an ideal situation. Because of this, when people would enter wearing their masks, I would politely ask them to take them off while they were in the store. Most people were okay with this request, though there were the odd few that just ignored me and went on getting their items. Annoying, sure, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. The whole situation actually took place on Halloween, obviously. It was a fairly standard night with a good number of people coming in, mostly out of costume until around 8, when all the costume people started coming in. Then business overall just kind of tapered off around 9:30, and there were only a few people coming in to buy soda, energy drinks, and various mixers for their parties. As I did, most people that came into the store in costumes were cool with it when I asked them to remove their masks. A few of them just walked past me and ignored my request. But again, nothing I could do to enforce the rule, so I just kind of let it go and kept my eye on them as best I could. Then, sometime around 10, a group of people walked in, all in costumes. There were a few college-age girls, a couple of guys with them, all talking rather loudly as they came in the door. They were all in costumes, but only one of them had a mask that covered their face. A Jason Voorhees-style hockey mask with a cloth on the back that covered the person's hair, and they were wearing a mechanic's jumpsuit. Of course, it was all covered in fake blood and painted to look dirty, and it looked good, but I was a bit nervous that this guy covered his face like that. As he walked by, I mentioned I liked his costume, but asked him that he please remove his mask. Not to my surprise, he ignored me and walked back to the cooler section of the store. I shrugged it off, and figured that since he was with a group of at least 4 other people, he wasn't likely to do anything. I waited up at the register for them to finish their browsing, and after about 5 minutes or so, the group of people came up to the register and bought an ungodly amount of Red Bull. I rang them up, they paid, and then left. Thankfully, it was a quick and painless transaction. It wasn't until they had gotten outside that I realized the group that had checked out was only the ones without their masks. Mr. Voorhees didn't leave with them. This didn't quite rub me the right way. Mostly because I had been banking on him being with a group of people as justification for being okay with him covering his face in the first place. My first thought, and again I was trying to rationalize and make it okay in my head, was he had just gone to the restroom and was probably going to exit the store after a few minutes. Well, a few minutes passed and still no Voorhees. There was a certain level of nervousness about the situation. I wasn't keen on being stuck behind the register with this guy doing God knows what in the small section behind me. Mostly because I couldn't see anything in the section where he went, which was a really bad design flaw in this store. Sure, there were cameras, but having a blind spot in a store like this was really a bad idea. I decided that the best course of action was to go ahead and make sure that this guy wasn't loading a bunch of soda into his pocket or something. Thankfully, I was out of water, so I had an excuse to walk away from the counter for a moment. So I stepped down from the raised area and took my cup back to the fountain to fill it. I slowly went around the corner towards the fountain and glanced over towards the coolers. There was no one there. I walked over to the other side, and once again, no one. I was confused, but I just accepted that it was possible that he had walked out the side door and I just didn't notice at some point in time. I shrugged it off and went to fill my cup, then started my way back towards the register, which is the last thing I remember doing, before then waking up to a paramedic asking me if I could hear him. I was incredibly confused as to why I was staring at the ceiling of the store, why this guy was asking me if I knew what year it was, and why the hell the back of my head was in so much pain. As it was explained to me, and also later shown to me on security footage, walking over to the fountain was a terrible idea. Apparently, Mr. Voorhees had remained in the store and was looking for me to do something to leave me vulnerable. In the footage, this guy seriously crept around the corner when I was filling my cup, and when I turned away to go back to my register, he smacked me in the back of the head with some kind of club. This guy had a clean shot of me, and he took it. Completely knocked me unconscious. What's worse, watching the footage, this guy did this seemingly for no reason. After I was knocked unconscious, he stood over me and stared at me without moving for several moments, then walked away. He didn't take a single thing from the store. He just attacked me and walked off. Even crazier, he was the one that called 911 from the payphone outside. From what I was told, he called them and told them that a person in the store was unconscious on the floor and then hung up. From there, the paramedics arrived and sure enough, found me on the floor. To the best of my knowledge, this guy was never found or arrested, and nobody has any idea why this happened. The thought of what he could have done scares the hell out of me, but I guess I'm glad that he just looked at to knock someone out for fun and not rob, or worse, murder someone. This was also the last shift I closed alone, and we now have 3 people that work overnight shift on Halloween.
I normally have sleep paralysis, so when I saw a gray, bony creature on my chest, I wasn't too worried. Until I moved my arm.
They say what is dead should stay dead. Someone should inform my wife of that. You can find a lot of things on the internet. Information on murders, knives of various sizes, information on forensics and locations of empty fields. And my personal favorite, a new friend with which to celebrate all of these things. Deep web story. This happened a couple of years ago. I don't remember the exact month or year, but it couldn't have been more than a few years ago because Bitcoin was at or near its peak. I used to spend a lot of time on the deep web, mostly on forums and things like that, but never on anything that was
explicitly illegal. I know, that sounds incredibly convincing, right? Believe it or not, there are pages on the deep web that are good for entertainment. Some of them are in the gray area as far as ethics go, but again, not explicitly illegal. And some of them only become illegal if you take action on the page, I think. Look, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't really know. Anyways, I was browsing the pages without intending to actually do anything on them and was just perusing through random onion links to see what interesting stuff I could find. After checking some random pages that sold things that were definitely not legal, I found a page that was, well, again, definitely not legal. From the start on the page, I knew that this page was serious. The name of the page was something like Lee H. Oswald Solutions, an obvious allusion to Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who assassinated JFK. Honestly, seeing that made me chuckle. Something about using Oswald's name for the page was genuinely humorous. After reading the information, it was pretty clear why they used that as the name. The entire page was meant for users to pay Bitcoin and hire a hitman. The page explained that they had top-tier men working for them, and price categories as well. The product started at intimidation and included things like arson, murder designed to look like failed robbery, and had other tiers that were meant to make it look like an accident. The last one was the most expensive, obviously, and they gave scenarios on how it could happen, including hiking accident, accidental drowning, and car troubles. Now, I had no intention of doing anything on this page other than reading what they had to say, mostly for entertainment. But then I got to the bottom of the main page. They had a full-on legal disclosure, which I thought was hilarious, that explained what actions could be taken if they failed and laid out their personal guarantee that they could find anyone and everyone without fail. Immediately after this was a small note on the bottom: we can find anyone and we can prove it. Click here for proof. Now, I know what you're thinking. No sane person would ever click that link, and no one could be stupid as to click it intentionally. I didn't want to, but I had to. I had to know how they could guarantee they could find anyone. So, I clicked the bottom of the page and switched over to a plain black site with a smiley face and an hourglass icon that indicated it was loading. After a few seconds, the hourglass turned into a checkmark. At first, I thought that was it. It was just going to sit there with a checkmark, and that was it. Then, much to my surprise, my cell phone started ringing. Obviously, I was freaking out inside, but I answered my phone anyways. I said hello, and the voice on the other side was digitalized, thankfully. It basically said, "Here's your proof. Thank you for considering our services," a few times, then hung up. I was actually grateful that it was a robocall and not a real person, but I was also terrified that they were able to find my number and call me. This was enough to tell me they weren't screwing around and that I needed to never go to their website or question whether or not these hitman sites are legit ever again. The house creaked as Ivan walked the rooms. Upon entering the master bedroom, he saw the ghost of the past owner standing there with a killer smile. Campsite. As it's been stated in a number of other stories on the net about the dark web, if you don't have a reason to be on the dark web, then stay off of it. Obviously, I recommend understanding the technology. Get to know what a VPN is, and understand how Tor and encryption all works. But only for the sake of knowledge and an understanding of security.
I'm all about understanding technology and really getting to know the layers of the internet. But don't go looking for illegal and questionable content, because if you look, you will find it. That said, moving on to the story that I wanted to share. This happened several years ago, and I would say early to mid 2000s at the latest. This was a time before the internet was a huge entity that everyone spent all their time on, when broadband was like 10 megabytes per second at most, and Newgrounds was the king of the internet. Back then, I was actually a contractor for web development. People and organizations that wanted to have their presence on the net would contact me and would discuss what they wanted, then build out the website for them. These weren't those complex websites like what exists now. They were more like pages with static content and pictures, basically just, this is our company and what we do, pages. It was a good paying gig. Back in the early 2000s, a lot of companies want their presence on the web, and I worked with a lot of corporations. It's not super relevant, but it helps to, 1, let you know how old I am, and 2, let you know that I understand technology and how the web works. Back then, I was always on the web, looking into competition sites and seeing what worked where and pulling inspiration from things that already existed. At one point, I was talking to a buddy of mine, another tech person, and he brought up that I should consider looking at the dark web for some inspiration. At first, I was a bit confused. The only thing I knew about the dark web was that it wasn't easy to get onto, and that's where the hackers and criminals hung out on the web. I asked him why he thought I should go to the dark web, and he made a point that I couldn't refute. He mentioned that I would probably be the only person in the area that built a website that had seen part of the dark web/deep web. Basically, he was saying that I would have a leg up on everyone because I would have an idea that they wouldn't have. I kind of agreed with him, so after chatting with him, he had convinced me that I had him come over and set up my system for accessing the dark web. I got on and started to go through random sites and trying to avoid anything that could be illegal, and I found a neat site that worked like wiki. I don't think it was actually the deep web wiki or anything like that, but it was a collection of links very similar to it, and some of them worked. For the most part, they ended up just on a dead end with nothing on the other side, but some of them were interesting forums and just pages with information about random things. I was happily clicking along when I came across a page that kind of looked like the original version of YouTube. If anyone has been around for a while, then you know what I mean. Old blocky page with star ratings on the videos. What was weird to me was a lot of the front page videos were just black screens, and when I clicked on them, they had an overlay that said something along the lines of, "Video has expired." What was strange to me was that the title of the videos were just single words. The first one I clicked on was titled Hang, then there was another one was called Electric, and one called Pain. Obviously, these were a bit ominous, but there wasn't much on the screen for the video, just the title and a star rating. Hang had a 5-star rating and it showed that it was rated 40 times, for instance. I was scrolling through the front page and I finally found a video that didn't have a black box overlay. It was titled Shoot. The thumbnail for the video was a guy literally sitting in a nearly empty room that was trashed. I clicked the video and it started up pretty quickly. I don't know why, but part of me was sitting there thinking it was going to be a fairly normal video, that it was going to be some sort of vlog or something from the guy in the thumbnail. Instead, what I got was a video of a guy sitting in a dingy looking room with a syringe in his hand. As much as I wanted to click away, I just sat there and watched this video as it played out. As the camera started, he was just sitting there and staring at the camera. It looked like he nodded to someone behind the camera. After a second or two, the
audio cut in and I heard him say something like, "For 300, right?" And then a voice said yes. He nodded and glanced back to the camera and basically started saying his name and location. I don't remember where he was, but he said his name was Jeff and that he was doing this for the site for an amount of money equal to 300, and that this video would serve as his contract. Then he ended with, "And remember kids, don't do drugs." Then, after a second, he situated himself in the chair and tied off part of his arm. Then he looked at the syringe and shoved it into his arm. Long story short, he shot whatever was in the syringe, I want to assume it was heroin, into his arm. And he was doing this for money. My guess is that this site was set up for people to do whatever the audience, and they would get paid for doing it. It was like some sort of dark web YouTube or Twitch for people to pay and watch what happens to people in certain situations. Watching this guy have a reaction to the drugs that he put into his arm was horrifying. He seriously collapsed on the floor and started convulsing, and I really don't want to remember the rest of it. I clicked off it and went back to the main page, and at that point, other videos became clear. Hang, electrical, pain. All of these videos of people doing something to themselves for payment. The fact that Hang had a high rating didn't really bode well to me at this point. I could only imagine what happened on that video that got people to rate it 5 stars. After watching this guy drop to the floor after injecting, again, I'm assuming it's heroin, I wasn't very curious on the website anymore. I closed the page and decided that I was done with all of that. And honestly, the sight of that guy and the thought of what the other videos most likely contained has seriously haunted me ever since. I opened my eyes as the sun touched my face and the smell of fresh air and grass hit my nostrils. I began to softly cry, wondering when I would get out of this hole. Joe broke through a window of an abandoned building, looking for shelter from the rain. Looking up, he sees a man standing there with a bloody axe in his hand. Dark Web Story 2. This story goes back a few years. I don't recall the exact years, but it was probably between 2010 and 2011. I would have been 20 because I was living with my parents but attending night college classes. Not really important, but it does help to explain that I wasn't a kid at the time and I should have known better. Anyways, like a lot of people that have an understanding of surface web versus deep web, I was dumb and curious. There was this one guy in one of my classes that was obviously a basement dweller. Not trying to be rude, he just looked the part. I'm not going to describe him. You know the stereotype. But let's call him Jason. Jason was a bit antisocial, but he and I were decent friends due to our mutual interest in technology. I remember that there was this one night that class let out early. He and I were in the lounge on campus and we're talking about random tech stuff. He brought up the dark web, and at the time I wasn't really knowledgeable on what exactly it was. His explanation was pretty straightforward. It was a collection of sites and pages that were essentially hidden from everyday users, and because of this, it was rife with illegal activity. At first, his explanation was enough to make me lose interest, but then he started showing me the pages that he used. He said that the main one was basically a bulletin board for like 4chan, but better. He warned me that some of it was questionable, but there were sections where people would talk about philosophy, new technology, politics, and conspiracy theories. Now, I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut, not in that I believe them, but that I love to read them and see what people think. Obviously, some of them are completely insane, but there are some theories that are interesting and really get you thinking. When Jason told me about the conspiracy board, it caught my attention. I told him that I wanted to get in on it, and he gave me a look that basically said, "I don't think you should be doing this." I told him that I understood the risk and that I would take any precaution that he suggested. I guess that was enough to convince him, and he gave me a list of things to do when I got home in order to get on the site. He then gave me the onion link to the page, and that was that. I went home and got on my desktop downstairs and set up everything he had said to set up. From there, I got on the bulletin and spent the entire night reading various conspiracy theories and paranoid explanations. Honestly, it was the highlight of the year. There were some of the craziest theories I have ever read. After a few days, I started to feel a bit more comfortable and started commenting on posts. For the most part, I would prod for more information, and people were shockingly respectful. I was genuinely surprised how straightforward the posts were, and that people seemed almost decent. And most of them were fairly dismissive to the less than desirable theories out there, ones that were against certain races or religions. To be completely honest, this page felt more like a surface web page. They were mostly respectful and open to discussion. The only reason I can think this was in a deep website would be that they wanted a place to call their own and not to get a ton of traffic. Then it all went south fast. There was this one post where the theorists started in on something interesting, but then immediately turned their entire theory into a pile of racist drivel. There weren't any comments on this post yet, so I decided to comment and be a bit of an ass to this guy. Maybe the autonomy had gotten to me, but I posted something like, "Get your racist BS off the board. Your kind isn't welcome here." It was a basic comment, and I was satisfied that others would back me up and that this guy would get the hint and go away. After a few minutes, I went back to the post to see if there were any responses. No surprise, there was. I opened the thread and there was only one comment from the original poster, and it said the following: "F off, David." I was a bit shocked. My name, in fact, is David, but I had no idea how he could have known that. I started to think back to whether or not maybe I had posted my name in another thread, if he had somehow linked me to that post. I had followed all of Jason's recommendations and covered my track in every way he had recommended. I decided to feign ignorance and comment with, "My name's not David. Nice try, though." I think that's where I made my biggest mistake. I shouldn't have challenged him. I should have ignored him and moved on. He replied within a few moments, "Oh really? You're not David, last name, living with Carol and Larry, last name, at 1706 street name in Asheville, Virginia, attending college name, and working part-time at my workplace." I was completely in awe. This person had completely gathered all my personal information within a matter of a few minutes. And it was completely accurate. I was honestly sweating at the prospect of this dark web rando knowing exactly who I was. I decided I would comment one more time and basically concede the conversation. I wrote, "You win, I'll shut up," or something like that. There may have been more panic in my comment than that. I went back after a few moments and noticed that the original comment was gone, and in its place was the following. Overwritten by Maud, to David. I'll remove your info this time as a courtesy, but it's best you keep your mouth shut from now on. Also, get a VPN. Your current one is leaking your IP. Apparently, the VPN Jason told me to use had an information leak, one that he wasn't aware of, and one that gave away my actual location and registered information. I told Jason about what happened, and he laughed at me. He told me it was my fault because I didn't have an IP check while connected to see if my info was hidden. He was right. That was part of his checklist. That's my dark web story, and it's my only dark web story. Mostly because I never went back. Honey, I shouted up the stairs. I think we need to talk. Is it about the head in the freezer? She responded. I just needed a place to hide it until they stopped suspecting me. Human meat. Hey everyone, I wanted to post a story up in hopes of explaining the horrors that you can actually find on the dark web. Honestly, most of the things you'll find on the dark web aren't actually the horror movie cliche-laden websites that everyone seems to think they are. Most of the dark web is questionable or illegal adult content, people trying to buy medications illegally, etc. If you're wanting something like what you see in the movies, you have to actually know where to look, as in having the onion link. I'm not saying that those things don't exist, they just aren't as easily and readily available. A lot of people tend to think it's like a dark vision of Google where you can search for crazy stuff and be given results within a few moments. It's really not. Anyways, that out of the way, I wanted to talk about a dark web experience that was honestly horrifying for my friends and I. This was several years ago. I think we were 17 at the time, and we thought we were hackers. I know, it sounds stupid, but the three of us were all about the nerdy crap, Python, networking, and again, quote unquote, hacking. I'll spare myself the embarrassment and explain all of that. Just know that we knew our way around a computer. Naturally, the three of us gravitated towards a place like Reddit, then 4chan, and such. I don't remember where we heard about the dark web, probably from a friend, the news, or one of those aforementioned websites. But when we learned about the difference between surface web and dark web, our curiosity was piqued. We started looking into what it was, what was out there, and what we could do. And, of course, we were enchanted with the hacker haven it was glorified to be. We thought we would get on there, look at some of the questionable sites, and be the coolest kids because we accessed content that others didn't know existed. So, we did what we had to do, loaded up Tor, got information for some onion links, and got ready to have our minds blown. Of course, it ended up not being as interesting as we thought it was going to be. The sites were plain and bland. We saw a couple sites selling pills, others we didn't even bother scrolling through because of the front pages, and a few webcam sites that we honestly weren't interested in. I think all of us were getting a bit disappointed in what we were finding, though I don't know what we were expecting to find really. I think we started just clicking through and going anywhere and everywhere we could get to. Looking back, this was a really stupid idea. After clicking around for a while, we ended up on a page that looked a little flashier than the others. I don't remember the name of the page, but I think it was something along the lines of your choice, or something like that. As we stared at the homepage, the whole page looked like it was a site for a butcher shop. There were a number of pictures of meat slices and cuts all over the front page, explaining the quality and what seasonings went best with each piece. Unfortunately, I think you all can see where this is going. We ended up on a page with a list of cuts, and each of them had a diagram of a person. The parts where the meat came from was highlighted. Some of what was on the page was horribly graphic, so I won't explain it in this story, but you can imagine what was there. One of the most disturbing parts of this website was its explanation of its sourcing. I recall it explaining that all packages would be discreet and they would include their own seasoning packet that would go best with what you chose. What was worse, they explained that all their meat was fresh and sourced on demand. They touted the fact that they had the ability to get anything when it was ordered. Obviously, we were freaked out by seeing this kind of meat. We got off the site and pretty much immediately removed Tor. We all kept on our pursuits in the IT world, but I don't think any of us have ever been back on the dark web since. The sweet aroma of tomatoes, carrots, and onions hit my nostrils. I knew the beautiful smell would soon turn horrid as my flesh began to cook. As I woke from a pleasant dream, a female voice asked, "You rest well, honey?" Problem is, I live alone.
Friends, before the video starts, I wanted to warn you that there might be some subject matter that not everyone can handle. So, viewer discretion advised, and I hope you enjoy it. My neighbor called the police after he heard screams of help from my apartment. But I was smart enough to have a talking parrot so he could mimic what he heard from my basement. Creepy Condo Unit by Cheesecake Frequent 18. Hi, I just need your advice on how to handle this. Me and my boyfriend moved in last July to this condo in Pinanake. This is for a 1-year lease contract. This unit is very cheap for its space. Usually, a 35 square meter unit costs about $15 to $20K monthly. And we got this for $12K only. It was actually okay during our first month stay. But then, on our second month, the vibes got really dark and bad. It was like we're living in darkness, like we're in a creepy dark web video, but in real life. I've experienced this for 3 weeks, and I didn't tell my partner because I didn't want him to freak out or anything, since he barely gets sleep and needs to take meds just to sleep. Then, last night, he went outside. He started opening up about it. I never knew that he was feeling the same. He said he was having dark, creepy vibes when we go inside the unit. He also admitted that there are random moments where in there's something provoking him to commit suicide / jump out the trellis, even if he doesn't have any problems, which is the same with me. I was having random visions where I would jump out of the trellis even though I'm busy working at the time. That happened many times. It was like there's something whispering / provoking us to jump. Take note, our unit is on the highest floor of the building. Here comes the worst part. Brace yourself. I was having thoughts last week to killing and dismembering my boyfriend. I'm not that kind of person. I'm one of the soft-hearted persons, and I know myself that I cannot do evil such as that. We didn't fight or anything at that time. We were really okay. We already been living together for 3 years now. That's the weird part there. It was like it was controlling my thoughts. That's why for 2 weeks I was sleeping in the other bed because I was scared that I can harm him. I told him about the reason why I'm doing it, and I'm just praying by heart to remove those thoughts. There was also the scenario that we both experienced. He said that whenever he glanced at the mirror, he seen that his eyes were different, like demonic eyes, and he was like smiling at the mirror's reflection even though he's not. And I was experiencing that for weeks. That's why I was always avoiding to look at the mirror. The unit is full of mirror walls, so wherever you look, you would see your reflection. We would also feel that there was someone looking at us whenever we were very quiet. We were very freaked out last night when we learned that we were experiencing and feeling the same. We told the guard about it, and he accompanied us to our unit to get our stuff. The guard said out of the 40 units on the floor, there are only 3 units that are occupied, and no one is living beside our unit, so he doesn't know where the knocking / thumping sounds from the sidewalls are coming from. We went to my family's house to spend the night. We're going to talk to the unit owner today. We're not sure if she would believe us or if she would consider that a valid reason for us to move out of the unit. According to the contract, the 3 months advance payment / deposit would be forfeit if we move out since the contract is for a year. What reason should we tell the owner? Please help. My mom started to scold me and tell me that I had to stop being so dependent on them for money and learn how to finally be adult before hanging up on me. The kidnapper gave me a sympathetic look as he prepared to cut off another one of my fingers. A spirit told me in a dream that I had an item of voodoo hidden in my home. By MK Ultra Neuralink. This is my first post, and first time telling this true paranormal encounter I had. So I was sleeping in my bed a few years ago. I lived up in the mountains by the border of a national forest. I was home alone all summer, and I would sleep a lot of the days away up here in the quiet mountains of a small, unincorporated neighborhood. One day, I had a very vivid dream. Sometimes I would get sleep paralysis, where I would see shadow beings stand by my bed trying to attack me. But this time, standing by my bed was a regular man. His style looked like he was from the 1970s. He was a regular-looking man, maybe in his mid-20s. An African-American man who was wearing a red t-shirt and blue jeans. In my dream, he was standing by my bedside talking to me. I could make out what he was saying as he pointed up to the top shelf of my closet. From his mouth came the words, "You might want to get rid of that voodoo," pointing. I immediately woke up and wanted to see if it was just a dream. I stood up to look to see where he was pointing in my closet. I want to know once and for all if all this was in my head or if there was truth to the paranormal world. Searching the back of the closet where he had pointed at first, I found nothing, because I had never used that top shelf since moving into the home. But reaching behind the shelf, I found something hidden, intentionally, behind the middle plank of the shelf wood. And I pulled up a rolled up scroll of paper, and out of it fell a lock of braided golden hair. The rolled up paper had something written on it with a very faint pencil in another language of cursive writing that I couldn't quite read, and strange symbols. I had finally found physical, tangible proof of the paranormal realm, meaning I had indeed just contacted a spirit, and this wasn't just a dream. After some research, I found out this braided lock of hair hidden in the home is what they call a witch's ladder, and is indeed black magic. This African American spirit had revealed to me that voodoo is a real power in our universe, and this has had such a profound implications. It's changed the way I look at the world. The spirit said one more thing before leaving. He told me that the heavy metal t-shirts and posters I had in my room had evil power to them, and his final message before leaving was, "Jesus is King," and he told me to keep playing the guitar. As he left, he morphed into a spirit animal like Black Panther of gemstones. As for the lock of hair, unfortunately, I put it in a Ziploc bag. I wanted to study its power. I finally had proof of the paranormal realm. I couldn't just throw it away. I wanted to see if I could take it to a laboratory to be studied, and if it radiates any strange electromagnetic field. Imagine if we could actually measure black magic. This would be the greatest discovery of our time. This could be the ultimate secret weapon used against mankind, especially from high sorcerers or witchcraft practitioners in the government or corporations. And yes, I can provide pictures if that would help, but some of you will just never believe me, especially because of the Jesus part of the story. Anyways, thank you for your time. I did try to keep this short. And sadly, the picture has been taken down. I woke up in cold sweat and let out a scream after I had a nightmare about someone breaking into my house. My roommate came in to check up on me, and that's when I realized I don't have a roommate. I moved into an old house and something is trying, poorly, to mimic my cat. By Queen Osmodeus. I moved to my current address just a few months ago, and as my family and I were moving in, our upstairs neighbor told us that the house is fairly active for paranormal activity. I didn't really know what to think. I don't consider myself a skeptic or a believer, but there are truly no explanations for the things I've experienced. The first big experience I had in the house was a few days after we started moving in. We were only moving from another city over, so we decided to kind of take our time with the move. My mom and brother had taken the U-Haul back to the apartment to load up belongings. Well, I stayed behind and started moving the boxes into rooms. I was moving the boxes from the living room into the kitchen when I looked up to look out the window. I found a man in an old black suit and hat walking down the sidewalk to the backyard. He didn't look at me. He just walked straight back. I thought at first that he was possibly the property manager or owner. I opened the back door to go and meet him, but he had disappeared. That was before the neighbor warned me. He told me that the malicious activity mostly takes place in the basement. Snarls, throwing rocks, scratches. I've only experienced knocking sounds and weird shadows. And his son's bedroom upstairs. He told me his son was dragged out of his bed by the ankles. Most of what I've experienced has been in the kitchen. I often hear people walking upstairs in areas that have since been boarded up. There's a staircase that the owners boarded up and turned into a pantry. Stuff is constantly getting knocked off countertops and thrown onto the floor. I was also grabbed once when sweeping the floor. I haven't really given it any attention or tried to contact or communicate because it hasn't really impacted me. A lot of it I just thought was weird and figured it's an old house. Old houses do weird things. Last night was completely different. It was around 2:30 in the morning. I was in bed, trying my best, when I heard something in the living room or kitchen making the weirdest noise I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like a man yelling, trying to mimic a cat in heat. It was not my cat. He's neutered and was asleep by my feet. I mentioned mimicry in the title because sometimes my cat makes yowling noises when he's out in the kitchen. He really likes the way his meow is carried and echoes back to him. This was not that sound. It was not a cat outside. I have the windows closed and the air conditioning on. This sound was inside the house. I have no idea what could have made this noise other than something supernatural. It scared the hell out of me, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I'm kind of concerned. I don't know if I should truly be concerned. Is this a sign that whatever entities are in the house are getting bolder? Are trying to target my cat? I love to hear if you have any ideas on what it could be, or if you experienced similar things, especially what happened after. One time, I went to the closet pretending I'm dead to see how long it would take my family to notice I'm missing. It's been 15 years now, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm really alive. Not Mom by Delavina00. This happened to me while I was growing up, between the ages of 6 to 17. First appearance. I was 6 and sleeping on the floor next to my parents' bed because they had a habit of giving my bedroom away to any guest that came to stay. So on this night, I woke up, as I have a habit of doing, in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. But when I opened my eyes, I saw my mother sitting on her wicker stool, facing her vanity mirror and putting on her makeup. The overhead lights were on dim and her movements were slow and even-paced. Now, something about the layout of my parents' bedroom you should know. From the main room, you have the bed that sits in the middle. Off to the left of that is a small open area with a half walls and an opening for a walkway with a door in the middle. There are 2 countertops, one for each side of the walkway, and in between the door and the door leads to the bathroom with a toilet and a shower. So, I see my mother putting on makeup and it confuses me. So I sit up and call out to her in a loud whisper, "Mom!" She ignores me. So I call a little louder, "Mom!" Still ignores me.
So I turn around to look at the clock that sits on the nightstand on the other side of the bed and see that it's around 3 a.m. So I turn back around and this time much louder say, "Mom, it's almost 3. Go back to bed. What are you doing?" She, even still ignoring me, and just continues putting on blush. All the while, the wicker from the stool is creaking as she moves, and the light is still on dim. So I thought she must have been sleepwalking. So I stood up to go wake up my father, and that's when I notice my real mom asleep in the bed. I slowly turn around to stare at the woman sitting in my mother's chair that looks identical to my mom. And that's when the woman's head slowly turned around to look directly at me. I stood still as I stared back into her red eyes. By this point, my heart was pounding, but my need to use the bathroom was much greater. So I slowly kept whispering to myself, "She's not real. She's not real." As I walked closer to her, her eyes followed my movement until I was about a foot away from her, and that's when she disappeared and the lights shut off. After finally using the restroom, I crawled back under the covers and stared at the seat for hours. I didn't realize this wasn't going to be the last time that I would see her. I have told these stories to my parents much, much later in my life, as at the time I thought they wouldn't believe me. So we have nicknamed her Not Mom. When I trolled on social media, I expected some backlash. I didn't expect the mob outside my home holding my mother hostage. I think I was visited by my deceased relative, whom I've never met in my life. By Anonymous. I know how absurd this may sound, but decided to share my story anyways, since it still creeps me out to this day. Flashback to 2016, and I was 17 at the time. My grandmother had a series of complications with her health and was once admitted to the hospital for a mild case of something that I can't quite recall at the moment. And in my culture, hospitals tend to be a bad/negative place to be due to all the deaths and tragedies that take place within their bleak, white walls. Skip forward about a week, and my grandmother is released from the hospital, and we all go about living our normal lives again. However, this is where it gets weird. One night, I had an extremely vivid dream, probably the only dream that I can completely recall with such detail and memory retention to this day. In this dream, I was walking down an old, long, and dilapidated road in southern Vietnam, where my dad's side of the family grew up. Mind you, I've never actually seen photos of the old house in Vietnam. I've only been given brief descriptions of the place, but somehow in my dream, the place matched perfectly with how my father described it, with even more details that he never told me about. As I'm walking down the road, one house in particular stood out to me the most, and for some unknown reason, I knew I had to go there. As if someone was calling me. When I reached the house, I went straight into the bedroom where 3 people were. My grandmother, who was sitting in the chair propped against the wall to the left, a man who was sitting next to my grandmother, and an old, frail woman laying in the bed attached to an IV pouch. She was definitely sickly, and from the looks of it, on the brink of death. So, this is where it gets interesting. My grandmother introduced me to the two strangers to which I give my respects to. They showered me with compliments and say how familiar I looked to my dad. Pretty much how all elder Asian people talk to the youth. Eventually, the man gets up and tells my grandmother to look after the woman in bed, and leaves. As this happens, I approach the woman in bed and she grabs my hand, giving it an ever so gentle squeeze, smiles at me, and I wake up. When I wake up in the morning, I knew something about this dream felt different, so I explained it in detail to my dad. And when I tell you, the look on his face was one I have never seen before, as if he just saw a ghost. He goes on to tell me that my grandmother has two siblings, an older brother and a younger sister. I learned that the brother, my great-uncle, passed away many years ago, and that my grandmother's sister was extremely ill and bedridden in Vietnam in the same exact house and room. This is all super weird to me because prior to this dream, I had no idea that my grandmother had siblings. It was as though I was visited in my dreams by my deceased great-uncle and near-death great-aunt. I eventually found out that my grandmother's sister passed away shortly after I had that dream. This story still resonates with me to this day because I genuinely can't explain how or why exactly I had that dream, but it was a surreal experience to say the least. I've never been one to completely believe in the paranormal, but after having this experience, my perspective definitely changed a bit. I have been labeled a freak and a weirdo by people, as I am constantly screaming at the top of my lungs. I don't know how to explain to them that the universe explodes every few seconds and then reforms itself instantly, and I can feel my body being ripped apart every time. My neighbor's dog was so cute and friendly, so I was really confused about why he attacked me. Wasn't until I noticed his foaming mouth, wide eyes, and my newfound craving for human flesh that it started to make sense. Followed on the Subway by Zinging Cutie 30. Hey, this is my first post, so I'll do my best to make this interesting. This happened to me in the summer of 2015. I was dating a guy who lived in the city, and I lived at home at the time in the suburbs. Neither of us had a car, and since I lived at home with my bedroom right next to my grandma's, I always went to him. I take the subway to his place every week and stay for a couple of days I had off from work. To get to his apartment required 2 trains. One day I was heading to see him. It was super hot out, and I was wearing a skirt with straps, a crop top, and knee-high socks. Hey, I wanted to look cute. I guess I feel this is important as I probably stood out in this outfit, and unfortunately I probably should have been more careful about what I was wearing, which sucks. Anyway, I'm on the first train, and after a few stops, I notice a guy get on. I kinda could not notice him, as he chose to stand right in front of me, where I was sitting, and stare at me, rather than take an empty seat. It made me feel weird. The man in general gave me a very creepy vibe. He was probably in his 40s, looking unkempt but otherwise kinda just basic looking white dude, whose face I can't even picture now.
So I get off at the last stop and head through the station to where I need to catch the second train. But I notice this guy is following me, which at first I figured wasn't a big deal. He could have been just going to the same place. So to get to the platform, I need to go up some stairs, and I realized he's right behind me. I decide to turn around and go to a different platform, which just happened to be packed with people. Thinking if he's following me, then this is bad, but maybe I can lose him in the crowd. He follows me, and I try to duck out of view before going back to the actual platform I need to be waiting on. I get there, and for a few minutes I feel better, until I see him again. He must have known I'd be there after I'd gone up there and then turned around. Plus, it was only the other platform, and most likely he saw me the whole time. There weren't too many people waiting compared to the other side, but a few trains came that were full, and I didn't bother trying to get on, and neither did he. The whole time I'm texting my boyfriend, who's not taking me serious at all. I asked him to at least meet me at the station when I get to the stop by his apartment, a 5-minute walk. And he's being reluctant, but agreed finally. At this point though, I'm still waiting on a train. One comes that's very full, but I'm getting restless and want to get to the safe place, so I squeeze on. And so does the man right next to me with his arms over me. I decide that even with all these people around me, I'm not safe, so right before the door closes, I hop out and the train leaves with the guy on it staring at me as it pulls away. I waited for a few more trains to come and go, worried the guy would be waiting for me at the next stop or something. I got on the train finally, paying attention to everyone who got on at each stop. He never did, and I made it to the stop greeting my boyfriend, who seemed put out of having to walk over. He's an ex-boyfriend, and was generally kinda shitty. I'm really proud of myself for getting off the train at the last second. I don't know how much danger I was in, but I know the man was following me, and definitely wasn't for any wholesome reason. And despite being public, I feel like if he had tried anything, no one would have done shit, and I'm a very small and not strong person. Okay, well, thank you for listening. I have another story about a stalker that's got a lot of details. I'd be happy to share it if anyone's interested. I just need to condense it. I recently saw a post saying, "The uncanny valley suggests that there was a reason in our evolutionary past to fear something that looked almost, but not quite, human. Tonight, that reason is staring in my bedroom window." Time I almost got kidnapped, murdered, by Hiccups Capone. This happened when I was in high school, long ago. My mother just recently found the paperwork about it when she was clearing out her office upon retiring from the police department. I remember being upset and scared when it happened, but reading the details as an adult, it sounded even worse than I remembered. I was 17 female, working at a flower and gift shop. It's nighttime, a man comes in. Short, overweight, balding, 40s, creepy. He tells me about how he needs an apology gift for his girlfriend. So I offer him a bouquet. Obviously, it's a flower shop. He says she doesn't like flowers because they die. This was the first weird thing, as he came into a flower shop. Then he goes into detail about how he hit her, and asked me if I think he was right to do so. This was long ago, so I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "Not if you want her continuing to be your girlfriend." He then tells me what a great job I'm doing, and asks me when I get off work. I dodge the answer, he leaves. Nothing for 6 months. Then right before Valentine's Day, he walks in the door 1 minute before close. It was dark, and from the outside it looks like I'm working alone as my co-worker, about 40 female, was in the bathroom. Instinctively, it felt like a predator had just entered the room. You know, when something isn't right and everything feels not right? I then noticed he had a tarnished revolver tucked into the front of his windbreaker, which is halfway unzipped. It was obvious he wanted it seen. I quickly scrambled a note to my coworker that said he has a gun, and handed it to her when she came out of the bathroom. She calmly walked to the phone and looked at me, wordlessly asking if she should call the cops. I shook my head no, as I felt it would escalate the situation. God forbid he heard the police coming and took us hostage or something. I was just going to try and act as calm and normal as I could, and hopefully not tip the situation into something more dangerous. He spends 15 minutes wandering around what was a fairly small store. In retrospect, he was probably waiting to see if my coworker would leave, as it was now well past closing. Finally, he placed an order for pickup on Valentine's Day, which gave me his name and info for the police report I was sure as hell about to file. He buys a card and pulls out a wad of $100 bills, which he slowly thumbs through as though looking for the right one which to pay for his $40 order. I asked him if he wanted a bag, as it wouldn't be very inconspicuous if he showed up at home with a Valentine's card. He replies, "No, I didn't feel like being inconspicuous tonight," which seemed like an obvious reference to the gun hanging out of his coat. He leaves. We quickly lock the door and watch him sit in his truck outside. We were not about to exit the shop until he was gone. Finally, he pulls out of his parking spot and moves to another spot further away and continues to just sit there. I don't know how long we waited, but he finally left. I called my mom crying. She called the police, who came to the shop the next day to take a report. I told my best friend at the time what happened. She told her mother. Her mother happened to work with the man and informed security at her job. She said he was very weird, creepy, and liked to talk about weapons a lot. Security at his job, it's a large company with a government contracts and things have to deal with tech and security, pulled him into the office and questioned him about it. He claims it was a glove in his pocket, not a revolver. The police were pissed that the company made contact with him about it before they did, and he successfully dodged the cops' multiple calls and visits to his apartment. My mom, much to my teen fury at the time, made me quit my job, which was devastating as I loved it there. In retrospect, totally the right call. Dude came in on Valentine's Day and picked up his order. I never saw him again. As I hold his lifeless body, wondering what I'd ever do without my twin, I hear a voice behind me. "See, honey, now nothing will ever stand in the way of our love." Not all guests are welcome by Kitty Cat Has Claws. I've been working for an independent hotel for just over 4 years now. We're the #1 rated hotel in our city, and proud of it. I mostly work in housekeeping, but I have done some time at the front desk as well. I love my job and have always said that my bosses are great. Now, being a housekeeper, I've seen some things. I've seen a room where someone snuck in their dog, kitten, and chicken. We don't allow pets. I once had a room that I was cleaning as a stayover that had a tripod set around the bed, professional camera equipment cases, an adult-sized pacifier, on-site, an extra-large-sized children's diaper. The 2 people that were in the room were in their early 20s. I even had a room once that we had to call the cops on for a raid because we found meth.
They found a lot of drugs and guns in that room. But today is the first time I've ever actually felt scared to be in a guest's room. As I'm working on a room that's already been vacated, a man in the next room over catches me at my supply cart. He's set up to stay for several days and tells me, "You can go ahead and clean my room now. I'm going down for breakfast." Excellent. I love getting my stayovers done early on. It makes things easier for the people working in laundry the sooner we get the dirty laundry down to them. So, I popped over into his room, opened it up, and propped the door open with a stopper like we always do. The first thing I noticed is that he has around 20 prescription bottles lined up on one of the two beds, along with insulin and needles. I'm nosy, I'll admit it, and I wanted to see what he was on. Oddly, it was only 2 different types of medication for all 20 bottles. About 2/3 were diabetic medication and the rest were cholesterol medication. That's a little weird that he has so many bottles of the same meds, but whatever. I go to make the bed and see that some of the bedding has been stained, and sigh, knowing now I'll have to change all of the bedding instead of just being able to turn down the sheets and blanket. So I leave the room, close it behind me, and go and get the linens I need, and then head right back to the room. I prop the door open again and head to set the clean linens on the desk chair, when I see out of the corner of my eye 2 notes sitting on the TV armoire. It wouldn't mean anything except I caught the word "kill" scrolled on it. I dropped the linens and took a closer look. What I read on the first note made my blood run cold. "You don't have to forgive her, you just can't kill her. You are here to take money and alcohol away from you. Get over having to kill her and you can safely leave." My heart was pounding. My eyes went to the second note, which had just looked like a to-do list at a first glance, but in the end made my stomach churn. Spray and wash. Apply for Medicaid. Insubordination. The soul is healed by being with children. Bank card follow-up. Inheritance. Savings. Kauai Pop, 10,500. Map, Montana. There will be a day of reckoning. Did you tell Mom what I said? How did Bev get my address? It was too much. I quickly snapped a picture of them on my phone so I could show my boss why I would not clean his room. I left the room quickly and closed it up behind me. As the door closes, I turn to see the man just 10 feet away from me, coming back to his room. My heart was in my throat, but I managed to smile and tell him, "I need more supplies. I'll be back to your room in a bit." I take off straight for the elevator, having noticed our maintenance man waiting for our slow transportation. In a hushed tone, I tell him what I found, and he sees I'm shaken, not a normal state for me. He rides down with me, and I go straight to my boss and tell her that for the first time in all these years, I'm not comfortable being in a guest's room. I show her the picture, and her face is still impale. She goes to the front desk and asks for a general manager for a minute of her time, and brings me into the office to show her. She agrees this was not a safe situation, and took our maintenance man with her to go inform the man he had 1 hour to get his belongings and leave the hotel, and he was not welcome back. I spent a few minutes in the laundry room trying to calm down. Then my boss went back up with me to the floor until the man was officially out of the hotel. I don't know who Bev is. I don't know who the woman is that he didn't feel like he needed to forgive.
But man in room 422, let's never meet again. The woman started screaming in my face as I pointed out to her that she was 2 hours late to pick up her son. I told her that it was her own fault for not enrolling her son in a no-kill daycare while attempting to hand her over her son's remains.
The Sound of the Door Opening in the Middle of the Night by Alternate. This happened a long time ago. At the time, I was living alone in a first-floor apartment. My girlfriend had been sick at the time and ended up in the hospital dealing with a rare disease. She recovered fine from it, but during those weeks, my life was pretty much go to work, go to the hospital, be with her, come back to the house for dinner, and then bed. It was Friday night and I was alone, so I decided to distract myself by reading and watching some videos on YouTube. Hours passed, and at 3 a.m., I was in bed with my iPad in hand, almost falling asleep. Then I heard it. I knew that sound pretty well. You see, outside, right in front of my bedroom door, there was a long corridor that leads directly to the kitchen. This apartment was in a building built in the 50s, and the kitchen door was old and had become slightly bent. That meant that whenever you turned the doorknob to open the door, it would snap out of its place with a distinct clack sound. That was the sound I had just heard. A lot of thoughts ran through my mind in that moment. Had I dreamt it in my semi-sleeping state? Or maybe the sound was real, but what had happened was the doorknob's internal mechanism broke and it opened by itself. Or, of course, maybe someone was in my house and they had just opened the door. At this point, my heart was racing, and I started considering my options. I had a broomstick next to my bed. You may ask why I had it there, and to be honest, I had it exactly because I lived alone, and thought one day I might be in a situation like this, where I would need a weapon. My girlfriend even used to joke about it. But I guess my paranoia was now paying off in the most unfortunate of situations. So I decided I was going to take the stick in one hand and grab my cell phone in the other. I would open my bedroom door while calling 911. And if no one else was in the apartment, I would just apologize to the operator on the other end of the line and explain the situation. However, back in those days, my cell phone wasn't yet a smartphone, and it had this feature I found interesting, even though I never used it. If you pressed on a couple of specific keys, it would start ringing like someone was calling you. It was meant to be used when you wanted to simulate you were getting a call to get out of a boring conversation or a tough situation. Clumsily, I pressed on those keys, and the phone started ringing. I quickly shut it up, but now it had become clear inside the apartment that I was awake. If someone was outside my bedroom, they certainly heard it. What was going to happen? I stopped for a few seconds to hear my surroundings. Nothing. It was dead quiet. I decided to continue with my plan. I dialed 911 with one hand and raised the broomstick with the other and quickly opened the door. As soon as I did that, someone sprinted in front of me in the corridor and quickly got into the kitchen, closing the door behind them. I screamed, "Hey!" and started pursuing, but a split second later I thought, stop. What if there's someone else in the apartment? What if another intruder sneaks up on you from behind? In front of me was the corridor to the kitchen, but to my left was another corridor that led to the living room and office. The office had the light on, so the intruder had been there, but I didn't know if he had company. I took a step back into the entrance of my room so that I wouldn't be caught off guard. "Sir, are you there?" The 911 operator was calling me on the phone. I quickly explained to him what was happening, gave him my address, and he told me the police was on the way. They had a patrol car nearby, so I should just wait. Then he hung up. The apartment was dead silent. I was terrified. There were only 3 things I had been able to notice about the intruder. He had a light-colored sweatshirt with horizontal black lines, dark hair, and he smelled really bad. In fact, the smell was still in the apartment and I could still sense it. The police arrived after 7 or 8 minutes, which felt like ages. The apartment door was next to the bedroom, so I managed to quickly approach it and unlock the door to let them in. I explained what had happened to the police, and they said that we should go through the whole apartment to check every single hiding place. They had seen situations before where a burglar had hidden himself for a long period, even after the house owner had called the police, to later attack them. The apartment wasn't that big, so it was easy to conclude that no one else was hiding there. In the kitchen, it was obvious what happened. It had these large windows that faced the back of the building, where we had a small community garden. I had left one of the windows open, and next to it, on the outside, there was a large drain pipe along the wall. The intruder used that pipe to climb up to my window and get in. The police left to go look around the neighborhood for someone matching the description of the sweatshirt I described. While they were gone, I could still smell that horrible odor the intruder had left in my apartment. After around 20 minutes, they came back. They couldn't find anyone. The burglar was long gone. Luckily, he didn't have the chance to steal anything while he was in my apartment. But the audacity! I mean, he must have seen the light in my bedroom through the edges of the door, and still, he tried walking past it to steal something from the office. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, I went to the garden in the back to try to find any further clues about the intruder, but I couldn't find anything. My neighbor in the building next door was at the window, and I called out to her. I told her what had happened, and she just smiled and said, "Well, welcome to the neighborhood. We all have stories like that in this place. You should never leave your windows open, and maybe you should consider getting some bars to protect them." The next day, I bought a motion alarm and installed it in the kitchen. I never had another experience like that in that apartment. But, to be honest, I never slept the same way in that bedroom, traumatized by those events. At night, I would fear hearing again the sound of the kitchen door snapping out of its place. A few years later, I moved out to a larger apartment in another neighborhood. This time, it was on the 7th floor. So much harder for an intruder to get in through the windows. So, to the intruder that came into my apartment and smelled really bad, let's not meet ever again. The cure-all was developed almost 10 years ago and abolished almost any medical problem humanity could possibly face. To keep the population in check, the laws were adjusted. And now, even a simple jaywalking results in the death penalty. When it was clear that the zombie apocalypse was upon us, we knew our best option was to wait it out until they decomposed. What we didn't know was that all that flesh was just holding the skeletons back. The Spirit Tree by Nothing is Solid. So, this is real, but it's not really scary, but it is strange. When I lived in Florida around Jupiter, we had Juneau and Marshkini Beach. My whole life I grew up on this beach, and at night some strange things have happened. From UFOs to apparitions, I've always felt a strong natural spirit here. Later in my teenage years, I was often kicked out of my house, anywhere from weeks to months at a time. I lived on these beaches. Most specifically, I almost always stayed at Shower 39. Shower 39 was the heaviest I felt of this natural spirit. I even saw what I dubbed a beach demon there in the trees. Two of my other friends saw this and still talk about this. Still, for whatever reason, I felt safe here and comfortable, sleeping below the shifting canopies of the sea grape forest. The way the beaches are laid out, there is a sidewalk, then a long stretch of sea grape forest that stretches the entire beach, then the beach. I spent many isolated nights on my own on these beaches from 16 till 23. There was this tree that me and my friends dubbed the Spirit Tree. It was an uproot tree that appeared on the beach in certain months. It was up on the beach mostly in the winter months. It'd wash up when the storms came, and it'd be on the beach for a couple weeks or a few days. It'd be right where the surf met the beach, as most trees that wash up would be in the surf. Now, what made this tree unique is that it was the same tree every time as long as I can remember. It would also wash up in the same general area, from Shower 32 to Shower 44, most promptly around Shower 39. My personal favorite shower, where I've experienced the strangest things in my life. I'd seen it a lot while I was on some serious psychedelic journeys, but other people who were sober and with me would see the tree and they always freaked out. Because on the rational side, this should not be possible. But here it was, with the most deepest carving remaining on it. The same exact tree months later. You would drive yourself insane trying to figure it out. And around this tree, everyone would feel this vibe of deep respect, mystery, peace, love, and wonder. For some, it would elicit an overwhelming feeling of anxiety. I remember I was with this one girl when I found it one day. She didn't fully believe me, but insisted that we leave. I was climbing all over it, hugging it, looking at all of our old carvings. I was tripping. Eventually, reluctantly, I agreed to keep walking the beach. She later told me she was at one point felt so nervous around it, and she needed to catch her breath. I love the Spirit Tree, and most of us hippies did as well. It was something that made no sense. The spirit tree showed itself to me a lot when I was in troubling times, and it always made me feel comfortable. However, every strange or paranormal experience I had on that beach, from UFO, ghost, strange alternate states that made no sense, and even one beach demon-like creature, happened after I saw the spirit tree. Still, it never scared me. The spirit tree, anyways. Anyways, this is one of many of my strange paranormal experiences. This, however, is the most nostalgic, and the thoughts of the spirit tree make me happy as I remember this almost bond I had with it. Many nights alone after getting kicked out of my house, I go to the beach feeling a deep, lonely depression just to find the spirit tree, and it would always lift my spirits. Believe this or not, I promise you that this happens on the beaches of Marchetti and Juneau. And if you find a tree washed up on the beach one late night around shower 39 with carvings all over it looking older than time itself, show your respect to this wonderful, amazing spirit tree if it strikes your fancy. Don't if you don't want to. To many, it's just a washed up tree. But to those of us who know the beach like the back of our hands, this tree is so much more. P.S. I know I sound nuts and like a total hippie, but I have loads of friends who have never touched a drug in their lives who still are in awe and can't explain this. I promise you, it's the same tree, and I like to personify it. I like to think that this tree is some kind of nature spirit, and she knows me, knows my heart, and is happy that I'm keeping her legend alive. And on screen right now, that tree in the water, that is the spirit tree. OP sent me the photo, so I hope you like it. I have a duty to throw a dead body from the top of a tower. To maintain my little sanity, I ignore the shuffling in the plastic bags, the chill of the air from being so high, and the hungry, vicious growls that sound louder with every drop-off. The Curse of the Psycho River by Cryptic Wanderer. A note from the author. This story is one that I've wanted to write for a while now, but the words have always escaped me. For one, it's true. I know, every story is true, ha ha ha, very scary. This one, however, is as true as it gets, and as everyone knows, writing a series of incredible events while maintaining credibility is damn near impossible. I do invite and even encourage you to look it up on Google after it's finished. The second reason I found that it's difficult is that it's two stories in one. There's a lot of history involved, and though the details differ depending on who tells it to you, my hometown of Biddeford was the first inhabited by Europeans in 1616, making it one of the first places to be visited in America. But the general consensus is the load-bearing beam I will include. Thank you for letting me ramble. Now, for your story. I was born and raised in the city of Biddeford, Maine. The city itself is full of somewhat garbage people, but I wouldn't have wanted to grow up anywhere else.
I had many wonderful memories, as the beach was an hour walk away, the backyard was sprawling, and the woods that led down to the river was right next to my house. It runs about 130 miles from New Hampshire and splits the town of Biddeford and Saco, emptying out into the ocean beyond. Most mothers, my own included, did everything in their power to make sure their children didn't go into the water until 3 people died at the beginning of the year. This may sound morbid, and indeed it is, but for good reason. All the children in the cul-de-sac knew bits of information, usually clashing, but I first heard the full story told to me by an old man named Rodney. Rodney was an old Native American man who lived down the other side of my backyard. His grandson Josh and I often played games with each other and became pretty good friends. Rodney was a good-spirited man, always telling us fun stories about people from his lineage, and usually scary ones when we were putting the tents up out back and camped out for the night. It was one such night I heard the curse of the Saco River. Back in the year 1675, Winter Haber, now known as Biddeford, was established by the Europeans. The local Secaucus natives generally welcomed them, and boats would come and go along the Saco River. One such boat carried 3 white men, who were said to be drunk as a skunk and meaner than one too. A woman who had given birth to the chief's sons was upon one of the islands, carrying the child in tow. They decided to have a little fun and tested a story they had once heard. It was said that Native Americans could doggy paddle from birth, and they wanted to find out, most likely making a few bets on it. Despite the woman's screams, they ripped the baby from her arms and threw him into the water. Unsurprisingly, the child had drowned. Some say she went in after him, only to drown herself, others not. What eventually did happen is Chief Sacador, not to be confused with Sakato, found out and placed a curse on the river. Until the day white men clear the banks, the spirits of the river would take 3 lives a year. Some say the 3 were killed right there, but regardless, there was no delegations made. In fact, it was said to ignite violence between the tribe and the Europeans, kicking off the War of King Philip. There was a little bit more to it than that, I'm sure, but it has been about 26 years now, so my memory is a tad bit fuzzy. The only thing I can never forget, in fact, it's probably what caused my terrible lifelong nightmares, is the night he took us out fishing. Conveniently enough, Rodney took us by canoe out to Skelton Dam. It's a popular place for fishing and swimming. In late summer, the sun is warm while being shaded by a large forest around it. And as the sun goes down, the sounds of wildlife makes it an unparalleled place to relax. He had paddled us down the stream for about an hour when finally the night came on. We didn't catch a whole lot, and honestly at 7 years old, I hardly knew what I was doing. But I had fun with Josh, and Rodney was telling us more of his stories of the past. I don't know what time it was, probably 10 or 11, but the fog began to roll across the water. Rodney had made a crack about the spirits making their way from the deep, when all the noise from the bank stopped. There were no insects, birds, or frogs to be heard, just the quiet sloshing of water on wood. I don't think we even noticed at first, not until we could see the dead serious look on old Rodney's face. He didn't say it, but he was scared. He said something to the effect of, "We better pack it in." So we reeled in our fishing poles, and he started the long way back up the river. Being children, Josh and I didn't really panic. Rodney was experienced in the woods, and though he stayed silent, he didn't much let on that something was wrong. He just kept his eyes forward and worked the oars. This went on for a while. The sounds of nature were still silent, and it seemed as though every small sound from one side of the river to the other. The fog was still present, and was growing thicker by the minute. I don't know how Rodney didn't get lost, but I assume it wasn't his first time in conditions such as this. The closer we got, the more we let go of our fear. That is, until the crying began. I couldn't tell from where, but like a gunshot out of the silence, this shrill, high-pitched sobbing rang out from the land. It would be so loud, like it was right next to you, then seem to move away, only to return just as quickly. To make it worse, the sobbing would erupt into insane bursts of laughter. Even thinking about it now makes me shiver. Not a male or a female. It was something I can't possibly find words to match with. As it continued, we started to hear the sounds of something jumping through the forest, easily keeping pace with the boat. I tried to block most of it out, but that's not something that ever goes away. I believe that was about the time Josh and I began to cry ourselves. Ronnie tried to comfort us, telling us to keep our heads down and to cover our ears. But most of his efforts were spent rowing in a panic-driven manner. The tone of his voice was quick and stern, nothing like the tight look on his face, and I believe he was praying. The sob crying stopped after a bit to our relief. However, it was short-lived. A woman's voice shouted out from somewhere, distant, but also close. In a blood-freezing tone, it screamed, "Help me!" I looked out through the fog. It wasn't a woman I saw, however. On the bank to the right, I could make out a thin figure. Not too many details were visible, aside from the long horns that sprouted out from its head, like that of a deer. The image quickly melted back into the fog and disappeared. Once again, "Help me, please!" came from the bank. The opposite one, however, the one closest to us. As this happened, the sound of drums came and quickly crescendoed their way all around us, like that of a dozen or more people playing drums. Rodney told us once again not to look and steer the canoe away towards the center of the river. Like the idiot kid I was, I looked as large green orbs of light began to appear, along with multiple little men. I say men, but they were all much too short, and their shape wasn't quite right. It was almost like a group of monkeys were all lined up along the shore, just staring at us, as the ghastly cry for help continued to follow, switching sides from time to time. I'm fairly certain I had wet my pants by then. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, including my current age. Unfortunately, our boat trip through hell wasn't quite over yet. The fog was a constant and would swallow anything almost as quickly as it appeared. As terrifying as the things on the bank were, at least they couldn't get to us, or so I thought. We must have been pretty close to the boat launch by that point, but before we could get there, the sounds of splashing erupted on all sides of us. The occasional slosh of water told us there was something around our boat,
and it wasn't long till the knocking began. It was soft at first, more like something rubbing the side of the canoe. Then it turned into scratching, but they quickly got louder, as if people were pounding their fists against the side. It was getting so bad I thought we were going to tip, and poor old Rodney was rowing like a madman. The panic on his face was clear as day. He was no longer trying to be silent, and I could even see something trying to grab and pull at the oars. These sort of short, black arms that grabbed at whatever they could. Well, we finally made it to the boat launch. Rodney practically threw us on land. He didn't bother with our bags or fishing stuff either. I was somewhat upset the next day, but I can't blame him one bit. We ran to his truck, still hearing drum beats all around us, now coupled with the sound of loud growls. I can't tell you what for sure, but some sort of animals were pacing around the fog on all fours. They kept their distance, thank God, but before we were finally on the road, we were in for one more surprise. The branches and leaves of the trees off to the left of the truck began shuffling. The forest here is thick, so it's hard to see what it was, but some sort of large bird burst through the canopy and shot across the lake. I'd never seen anything so monstrously huge in my life. Rodney later told me he believed it was a thunderbird. I'm not sure, but the wingspan was anywhere from 20 to 30 feet long. Since that night, I stayed away from that river. In fact, I moved halfway across the country. I can't really tell you a whole lot else from that night. I never got many answers myself. I can tell you, however, that I believe in the curse of the Saco River wholeheartedly, as well as its spirits. Do not go into that river, unless of course 3 people have already been found dead. I spent hours replaying and reviewing the footage we shot inside the abandoned hospital, trying to pinpoint what was bothering me about it. Finally, I saw the eyes on the poster at the edge of the screen had moved, for a single frame, to stare directly at the camera, at me. Chris smiled as he slid on the horrible mask and stared at himself in the mirror. His smile suddenly faded when he saw his lips move and heard a hideous voice rasp, "Ah, your skin feels just right. I think I'll keep it." A man tried to ding-dong ditch to get me to open the door and presumably rob me. By Power Pack M. This happened about 10 years ago. I've been on the subreddit for a while and only just remembered that this happened to me and is a relevant story. So at this time, I'm a 14 male and I'm enrolled in high school. My mom worked at a nearby apartment complex as a manager, so she picked me up at school at 2:40 and bring me home instead of riding the bus for hours. The day is completely normal so far. She picks me up from school and brings me home. Not more than 10 minutes after I'm home, a black car pulls up in the driveway, and I hear a hard knock on the door. I look through the glass on the front door, and I can clearly see a man wearing a hoodie in the summer lying on the ground in front of my door. I guess he assumes that he was completely obscured because my mom had a wreath on the door, and the space between the window and the bottom of the door was wide enough that someone could probably assume I couldn't see them. Well,
I saw him. I ran and grabbed the house phone and called the police from the kitchen where I could see the car. I had a machete, teenager that thought swords and stuff were cool. Don't judge me. And waited around the corner of the door while still on the phone with the police. At this point, the man knocks again. So, I took matters into my own hands. I yell as loud as I could, "Leave now or I'll fucking kill you." I had a pretty deep voice for my age. Thank you, early puberty. So, I guess he thought I was a full-grown man, because this man got up and hurled ass like an Olympic sprinter. So about 3 minutes or so pass, and the police get to my house. We had no cameras or anything, so there's really nothing to go off of to pursue this person. The cops pretty much just tell me that I handled the situation well, and the laws about self-defense. The man never returned, and that's the end of my let's not meet story. I've looked back at this a lot over the years, and this man almost certainly wanted to rob us. What's most creepy about this to me is that he most likely scoped us out, saw that we were just a teenage boy and a single mother, went through the trouble of learning our routines, and waited for what he thought was the ideal moment to rob us. We bought a handgun because of this, so I never really lost any sleep over this, because I knew if he came back that I had a surprise for him too. Shitty burglar, let's not meet. "Something with my face is stalking me, please send help," was the text I just received from my brother, dated 5 days earlier. I thought about how he had just said at dinner an hour earlier that his camping trip had been totally uneventful. I'm pretty sure the staff at Hobby Lobby saved my life today. By Anonymous. I'm still shaking as I think about where I could have been right now had I not acted on a vibe today in Hobby Lobby. I was in the store to indulge in the springtime sale. As I was browsing the entire store, I noticed that I kept seeing the same man wandering around. I thought he was with his wife until I realized that he was there alone. I also noticed that he had a Bluetooth headset in his ear the entire time. Not necessarily suspicious in of itself, but I really started to get a bad feeling when he followed me around the small floral section as I weaved through the aisles. He kept looking at random flowers when I would look at him. I even saw him either quietly talking to himself or talking to someone on the Bluetooth, most likely the latter. I circled the store several times to make sure that he was genuinely following me and to wait for him to leave before I went to check out. After a while of not being able to see him around me, I went up to the front and got in line. He crept from around a corner and got in line right behind me, still holding 2 random flowers that he had picked up. The cashier rung up my item while I typed a note on my phone. I told her that I had an online coupon and showed her the note that said, "The guy behind me has been following me throughout the store." She said that she was going to have to get her manager to verify the coupon. The manager came up and read my note and said, "With the other sale already applied, we might not be able to apply this coupon, but let's step aside and see what we can do." She took me past the register to get the details while the cashier rung up the man. I told her everything, and I looked back and this guy is telling the cashier that he forgot something that he wanted. He then goes back to the floral section to add another random ass stem to his items. He looks back at me talking to the manager and tells the cashier that he needs something else and leaves the register again to go get another random item.
It was at this point that I knew that he was stalling to wait for me. The manager picks up on this too and calls up a male staff member to go out to the parking lot to make sure the man got into his car and drove away. The man paid for his 4 random flowers and left the store. The staff member came back in and verified that he drove away, and offered to be in the parking lot until I safely drove away as well. He came out with me and pretended to grab carts until I had safely made it to my car and left. I'm so thankful to the staff that immediately jumped into discreet action to ensure my safety.
By the 4th or so victim, my carving became quite legible enough to be read. Why still do they let their children wander into my forest? Snowboarding Accident by Sonora.
One day at work, me and a couple coworkers were lounging lazily outside, smoking on a break. One of my younger coworkers told us a story that his dad told him, as it had happened in the recent last couple of years. He explained that his father did some type of work involving checking and diagnosing power lines for problems with electricity. At the time, he was working at a popular ski resort just a little ways up the hill, out of our small historic town. On the evening of the incident, one of the ski lifts was out of order, so he was called at near dark to check and follow the power line to find the problem. So he set out equipment with a flashlight to go and check it out. After he checked a couple of poles and followed the lines, he sat down for a break before continuing. Once finished, he switched on his flashlight in order to see through the falling snow and darkness. In the snow-bound silence, he made his way to the next pole, following the nearly invisible power line against the black sky. As he approached the next pole, he noticed an odd shadow behind it dancing in the swaying beam of his flashlight. At first, he really wasn't sure what it could possibly be. But as he got closer, he began to get a feeling of dread in the pit of his stomach. The feeling grew as he started to realize that he was seeing a pair of legs, sticking straight up out of the snow at the base of the power pole. One leg was still attached to a snowboard, while the other leg was free of the board and bent at an angle. Nothing moved. There was only the stillness and silence of the snow slowly falling around him. He wondered for a few seconds what, or if there was something he could do to help the victim. He decided to run up to the site and try to save the victim by digging them out by hand. He dug and dug furiously and panicked, only to realize as he dug down enough to expose half the body that he was much too late to save them. He was not sure how long he just sat and cried, helpless to save them. Eventually he got up and went to inform the necessary people of his grisly discovery. But the staff had already known whom he had found. Apparently, earlier that day, a family had reported their daughter missing to the ski resort staff after she had left the group to catch the ski lift up to board back down. When she had failed to return after a couple of hours, they started to worry. And that worry turned to terror after over 8 hours had passed. What had happened was that on her way down the hill while snowboarding, she most likely noticed the power pole a little late, and trying to stop, she fell face first into a tree hollow hole
that had formed at the base of the power pole. Unable to dig herself out from being upside down, she eventually suffocated. She had managed to yank 1 foot loose from the binding on the snowboard in her desperation to free herself. For a long time after seeing that, his dad had occasional nightmares. But he says that what really stuck with him was that overwhelming feeling of powerlessness. He really wanted to save her. That was the most terrifying part to me. I wish my cats weren't such picky eaters. I'll never get rid of this damn body at this rate. I think my TA was a predator. By nostalgia. This TA, or teacher's assistant, was in my GCSE maths and science class. I'm not saying his name for privacy reasons, and he will most likely know that I wrote it if he happens to come across this post, which I doubt. Pretty much every female student in my year found this TA attractive. He was young, maybe early 20s. I also found him attractive. At first, it was the usual TA help stuff. I was very chatty. Of course, I found him attractive. Like most teen girls do when they find a teacher fit. They sort of act up and try to impress them, you know? It only started to get weird when the odd off-topic conversation happened. The first odd thing was when our hair color came up in our conversation during math class. He thought I said that my hair was black, and he said, "Your hair isn't black, it's brown." And I said, "No, your hair is black, not mine." Then he said something like, "See, my girlfriend always says my hair is brown when it isn't. She is such a bitch." Something like that. I can't quite remember. Red flag. Talking about your girlfriend and swearing as a TA. Then another day in math class, a classmate blurred what I said aloud. "Oh my god, OP just said that all the TAs are so fit." And the TA went red and just said something like, "Oh my, OP." Another occasion, my friend who was in the science class pointed out how weird our TA was being. This was physics class. My physics teacher had all of us sitting around a table to show us a project. The TA was staying between me and a classmate. My friend was on the other side. I don't really recall how it happened or whatever. I don't think the TA even realized until I moved my hand after about 30 seconds. He was sort of fiddling with my hand and arm. After class, my friend said, "Rah," usual teen slang at the time. "Did you see how Sir was touching you?" Another time in math class, the TA randomly came up to me and said, "You look better without makeup." And I said, "I'm not wearing makeup?" And he said, "Yeah, you look better without it." Then towards the end of year 10, I found out he was transferring to another school. I said, "Why are you leaving? You're my favorite TA." And he said, "I will probably come back when you're in your 6th form." He didn't come in for the last 2 weeks. Then on the last day of year 10, non-school uniform day, I see him and say, "Oh, what are you doing back here?" He said, "I came to see you." And I said, "Oh." This was when I was lining up for English. Then at the end, I was coming down the stairs and exiting the building, and he was standing there with one of my friends talking to him. He saw me and I said bye. I said other things too, but I don't remember.
The only thing I can recall is that he went for a hug and I gave a spud. Then he said, "I was going in for a hug." And he laughed, and I just said, "Oh," and laughed. Then said goodbye and just left. There are many other strange things that happened between us. However, there are too many to write. These are just the worst and oddest of them. Never saw him since. I'm now at college and I realize how creepy this is to me, and was at the time. I used to believe I was in love with this grown man. I still think he's so attractive, but I'm thrown off by how he used to talk to me when I was just 14 years old.
I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do, the doctor said to me while he turned off the machine. As my lungs began to fail and my vision go black, the doctor left and added, "There's just been a shortage of organ donors."
The Vanishing Man by Project 626. My friend, 17 female, and I, also 17 female, went for our usual late night slushy run. We usually alternate who drives and who pays so it's fair, and on this night, it was my turn to drive. After we got our slushies, my friend Ashley suggested we go to the park she frequently goes to and swing on the swings. Because it was late at night, we purposely sat facing opposite ways on the swing so that we could see our surroundings. I was facing the hill that went down into the neighborhoods below the playground, and she was facing the street where I had parked. We talked about school and drama and everything that had been going on in our lives, when I noticed Ashley had stopped paying attention to what I was saying. Ashley was staring at my car when she whispered, "Do you see that too? Or am I crazy?" I felt my heart drop as I stared into the direction she was looking, directly at my car. "Ashley, stop it. This isn't fucking funny." "Shh. Look from where I'm sitting." I slowly rose from my swing and crouched behind her. I'm taller than her, so I can still see over her head, while also appearing as though I'm sitting to whatever she thought she saw. I looked at my car and whispered, "Ashley, I'm serious, this isn't..." And that's when I saw it. I held my breath to stay as still as I possibly could. It was so easy to miss. Behind the driver's window of my car was a crouched figure. At first, I had figured it was the headrest of my seat, until I saw the crouched figure move. It looked as if it was moving back and forth between the driver's side window and my backseat window to look at us. "You see it too, don't you?" Ashley whispered, neither of us taking our eyes off of it. Still convinced it was a trick of the eye from the streetlight, I looked to the bottom of my car to see if I could see any feet underneath, when I noticed the shadows swallowed the bottom of my car. I glanced back to the top, and that's when I felt my racing heart dropped. I could see the top of its head from over the top of my car, the street light illuminating it. "We need to get out of here," I whispered to Ashley. "Where are we going to go? It's at your car," Ashley questioned, both of us trying to act natural in case it hadn't noticed us looking at it. "I don't care, anywhere but here," I said as I gathered our things and started walking quickly along a path near the swing set. Ashley followed, asking what my plan was as I called one of my male friends. I had gone into full-blown survival mode. The path we were on winded around the playground and led back into the sidewalk along the side of the street where my car was parked. My male friend hadn't answered, so I scratched my plan to pretend he was my boyfriend on the phone in an attempt to freak the figure out. Dumb, I know, but I didn't exactly have a lot to work with. I continued walking without having a plan, but prepared for a fight. As I walked along the path, we realized that another car had pulled in behind mine. Nobody had gotten out, but their lights were still on, illuminating my car. As we rounded the playground, we were able to look at my car while still being a good distance away. We saw that there was nobody there. I looked under my car, which was now visible from the other car's lights, and made sure no one was hiding under my car before turning to Ashley and simply stating, "Get in the car now." We booked it to my car, and I pulled into the street before either of us were buckled. We didn't say anything until we made sure the car that was behind us wasn't following us. I still get nervous going to that park, despite it being in a really good neighborhood. I always tell a friend if I go there. Ashley and I agree that the figure we saw was no trick of the eye, but we can't find an explanation as to how it vanished before our eyes. We have two theories as to how they got away without either of us seeing. 1. They snuck around the side of the car as we were rounding the corner, meaning they hid perfectly while moving at a quick enough speed that they could escape before we got there, and booked it. Or 2. They got into the car that pulled up behind us before we even noticed the car, which I personally think is more likely. When we got to Ashley's house, we checked my car to make sure they hadn't marked my car in any way for any sort of tracking. When we found nothing, I drove home and notified Ashley when I made it home safely. I can't help but feel like the car that had just suddenly appeared behind mine was somehow involved. Either a getaway car, or someone who noticed someone staring at us, using their light to scare them away. To this day, we still have no solid explanation to what happened that night. But Ashley and I frequently encountered creepy strangers when we were together. This was definitely the scariest encounter I've had. My mother always told me that you can achieve anything if you persist at it. I couldn't help but feel proud while listening to her screams, as I managed to cut off all of her skin without drawing any blood. I'm a plastic surgeon, and I consider my work a form of art. This is the reason why I want my patients to feel every cut as I give them their new faces. Knock knock, don't answer. By Kimbreezy72. A friend of mine's brother was possessed by a spirit. His mother had answered 3 knocks at the door in the middle of the night, to find no one there. After this incident, my friend's brother, we'll call him H, started behaving very strange. H was very energetic, bright, and active part of his family, until one day he became very distant, catatonic, and erratic towards his family. His brother would say that he had a dark and emotionless look to him, which he had never seen in H before. Things kept getting worse, and the family were running out of options. So they went to the temple, as they were a family of Buddhists, and begged the monks to help, They agreed and set up a cleansing of the house to figure out what was going on. So one day the monks had come to the house to essentially do what's normally known as an exorcism, but through the Buddhist temple. The mother explained to the monks that she had answered some knocks on the door in the middle of the night. They asked the family if someone had recently died that they knew, and the brother told them that H's friend had committed suicide a few weeks earlier. The monks performed their ceremony and had determined that the friend who had committed suicide recently had come in spirit form and knocked on the family's door. When the mother had answered and opened the door, H's friend's spirit had latched onto him as he is someone he recognized and is familiar. When the ceremony had finished, the monks had coaxed H's friend's spirit from him into a bottle the monks had used as a vessel to capture spirits. They told the family the only way to fully get rid of the spirit is to release him somewhere on the street. So the mother took the spirit in the bottle and freed him in front of where the spirit's family lived. After the exorcism, H went back to normal and didn't have any memories of the past few weeks. He didn't recall any of the exorcism or any of his behavior. Moral of the story is, don't answer the door at night. Don't even respond to any knocks at all. If it's someone or something important, they would have called. Plus, there's nothing good on the other side of the door in the middle of the night. Stay safe, everyone.
I reached for my credit card and placed a bid for $2,000 and was delighted when I won and got to choose my prize. I watched in excitement while listening to her screams as they followed my instructions and began to cut thin strips off her eyeballs.
My Boss and the Cloaked Figure by Automatopoeia Utopia. I had a boss years ago with whom I was very close. We were of the same faith. He was even a minister in it. Furthermore, he had officiated at my wedding, and my RN wife had basically delivered his child when his wife's midwife was late to their home birth. We were thus quite close. A few years after our wedding, he suddenly had an epiphany as he viewed it, and his religious perspective and practices changed dramatically almost overnight to a very different position that he believed I too should adopt. It caused a strain on our entire relationship as he began to insult and mock my faith even while I worked for him. It developed into a very negative daily environment for both of us. One day, not long afterwards, while at work, I watched a figure appear suddenly in the room we were in and ran towards him. It looked like a person in a hooded cloak, completely brown, like a stylized monk or a druid are often popularly portrayed, while its face obscured by the cloth. The figure rushed up from behind him and disappeared right as it reached him, as if vanishing into his body. I'm not one who typically sees spirits, thankfully, but this was right in front of my eyes in the daylight, although the figure was slightly translucent. I kind of freaked out and told him immediately what just happened. He became understandably aggravated and wanted to know what that was supposed to mean, but I was just as mystified as he was. His behavior towards our faith grew increasingly antagonistic in the upcoming months, which was so different than his usual amicable and loving disposition. He believed I was somehow a heretic for not accepting the validity of his religious epiphany, and claimed that in a decade I would no longer even have any faith, as he zealously proclaimed the superiority of his own new religious views. The strangeness culminated when I called in one morning to let him know my grandfather was dying, and I was going to be with him that day as he passed. And he gave me the choice: go say my goodbye to my grandpa and come on into work, or just quit right there. I could not believe he was forcing me to choose, but I made the right choice and thanked him over the phone for the opportunity to work for him, said goodbye, and went to be with my grandpa for his last moments. It's been over 10 years now, and I have seen him only one time since. Ironically, while I've increased my religious practice over the years, I found out that he left the faith altogether and is no longer religious in any capacity. Many times I have wondered if the rogue figure I saw that day at work running into him was some kind of spirit of confusion or deception that took him further away from his established faith. I still mourn the loss of that beloved friendship.
Seeing a new cringe compilation show up on my subscription page always filled me with excitement. But that excitement quickly disappeared after hidden camera footage from inside my house started appearing in them. He told me to call him Joseph by the trash heap. This happened a few years ago, but it lasted so long and it was so scary that I can never forget it. Mom says that her and my sister Jay are sensitive to and able to communicate with spirits. I was never sure if I could. I was always told I couldn't, but now I'm not so sure. My sister Jay bought a glow-in-the-dark Ouija board from Toys R Us, of all places, and put it in her and my sister A's room, which they shared while I shared my room with the other sister C. My mother's mother died about 2 months beforehand, and it really messed us up. Everything was fine for about 3 weeks until I had a nightmare. In the nightmare, I was sitting on my bed with my legs hanging down, and I was facing my sister's room. It didn't seem weird to me that I was going through the walls, and I sat and I watched as a man adjusted his suit tie from where my sister's closet was. He had slick back hair and stubble all over his chin. He looked like a very classy man, except for how bad you felt by looking at him. He told me, "Once I'm free, I'm going to kill your mother." I can't recall if I said anything to him, but when I woke up, I felt like I was still there, sitting on the edge of my bed and staring at him. I could feel him staring at me. I told my mother that Joseph wants to get out of the board, and he was planning on hurting her. She didn't believe me and said that me naming what I saw made them stronger. A week later, my mother approached me and asked me how I knew what was going to happen, and I told her. It was horrible being in that house. That house was my home, and whatever he was ruined it for me. I couldn't even sit in the living room one day because I could keep feeling electricity and kept getting electrocuted because of him. And I told Mom that I think Joseph had a cause as to why I kept feeling it so badly while just sitting on the couch. A week later, she tells me that the homeowner just told them that a guy burned to death in '75.
Since then, I could always feel him staring at me. He was always in the closet of my sister's room, like he was stuck there. And there was this strange, dark feeling around him that lashed out like tentacles in every direction. I could always see him in my mind. I was looking into the house from an aerial view somehow, and I would hear him with ears that weren't my own. I could hear him mocking me, telling me that once he was free, he would eviscerate my mother and the sisters who helped her. He would always yell about wanting to kill my mother. Sometimes I would wake up from a nightmare because his torment and teasing woke me up. Doors would slam. We would hear steps down the hall when everyone is in bed, and we would see people walking through the house, and we would walk to where they went and see no one there. Once, I was putting a giant container of my mom's stuffed peppers into our cramped backup fridge in the garage, because the fridge in the kitchen had no room, and as I got to the bottom of the steps, I turned back because I forgot to grab the mashed potatoes too, and I see the door slam shut by itself so hard that the door of the fridge behind me opens. One of the reasons it was down here because we usually slam the front door shut. Even when we moved, I was still connected to him by some weird aerial view. We moved a good 3 miles away, not that far in the long run, but I hoped it was far enough away from him. I was so wrong. He was so pissed off that we left, that I left, that his weird black energy I mentioned before had engulfed the whole house, and he was screaming at me to come back, that I had to come back, and that I belonged to him. I would constantly wake up with bruises on me from where he would grab me in my dreams. I was trying to ignore his existence, trying to force myself to believe that it was all imaginary. But the bruises kept coming and coinciding with where he would hit me in my dreams. And when I look back to the house in my mind with that aerial view vision of me, he would somehow grab that too. While I was awake, he once grabbed the arm of me when I was looking at him with that aerial view and dragged me down to look at him and demanded I return. I quickly left whatever version of me that even is and went to school. My friends in my second period English class all asked me what happened, and when I was confused, they showed me the large and dark hand-shaped bruise on my left arm. I made up a story about me starting to sleepwalk and how I must have grabbed my own arm really hard. Somehow they bought it, and it went away in 2 weeks. About 2 weeks after that, I was sitting on our couch in the living room of our new house and was watching TV with Dad, who refuses to believe in ghosts, and I don't blame him. And I could feel Joseph suddenly lash out again, and suddenly the left side of my lower back is burning in strips. I cry as a throb of pain suddenly hits from the burning, and my dad looks at my side where I told him the pain was. Dad gets pissed off and yells at me for messing with the cats, and I say I didn't and ask what it looks like. He takes me to the bathroom and takes me to the mirror and shows me the 4 bloody strips on my hip and says, "Not messing with the cats? Bullshit. Mammy, next time you'll leave the animals alone." I told Mom, and she brought over a friend who said that they had some ability to stop it. Now at this point, I'm half believing them. I convinced myself pretty well that what happened in the last house was all made up by me. I can't remember when I stopped seeing him after that, but when I look back nowadays, I don't see him in that house. All I feel is a faint shadow of what used to be Joseph. It isn't even him anymore. Just what is left, an imprint. This is the only thing that's ever hurt me. I'm relieved he's gone, but it was horrible. He tormented me over a span of 4 years.
The police officer arrived at the house of a terrible accident to find an 11-year-old boy dressed in green on the ground dead. The officer then spoke to the boy's parents, who explained that their son Peter had jumped out of his bedroom window, convinced he could fly.
Home reno caused backlash. Nervous. By the trash heap. So to preference, the reno was just a bathroom repair. We had to reline the drywall of the shower because of water damage. So nothing substantial to the point of the whole scene from the movie Poltergeist and finding bones in the yard. But still, stuff picked up since then. I had experienced a few things since we first moved here about 3 to 4 years ago, including hearing myself and my family members, seeing people who aren't there, watching stuff move or break on their own, and, although not the worst, but the creepiest, I saw myself walk from my room to the back door. The me I saw had much shorter hair than I have at the time, and didn't notice me. We've gotten a couple regular special guests. One thing is in my parents' closet, and it has gotten much meaner since the reno. Another is a tall, blonde man that my sister and I have coined the name the Sood. He's more of a protective thing than others and usually comforts us when something lashes out. And the last one was a more tricky thing, stomping up and down the hallway and running into my face, knocking on my door and waking me up mid-sleep. And this was all before we had the bathroom repaired. As the repairs were going on, I heard 2 of my sisters calling me from different sides of the house when I was home alone. And one of them has even moved out. And I've recently had nightmares about Joseph, an entity that harassed me in a past house. This entity is his whole own thing, and he had left a physical handprint on my body. And he was standing over my bed and telling me that he was back. I said that I won't let him hurt me or others, and he laughed as he told me that he wasn't after me this time. I was having an argument with my father yesterday, and I turned because I heard my mother in the kitchen, and both my father and I watched as some items that were on top of the microwave suddenly shot into her face as she walked past. Some paper and plastic containers. It also broke some glass bowls that my grandmother had gifted us. This morning I woke up and had to go, as you do, but I noticed my father was in the bathroom, so I decided to wait in the bedroom to avoid another possible argument. Some minutes later, I heard the door open and him start petting one of our cats, ringing her collar's bell, before walking into and shutting his room's door. He drags his feet, so I know it was him I heard, but I opened the door and nope, he was still in there. He had actually started a shower as I watched the space trying to figure out what was happening, so it's no way it could have been him. My sisters and I are a little more than nervous, because activity has definitely picked up with my dad yelling at us a lot more than usual lately. My mom is trying to ignore that anything is going on because if they were bad, they would have shown me. And my dad is so against the idea of ghosts that he goes on full tangents about how stupid an idea it is for them to exist, despite watching lines of marks, like scratches from an animal, appear on my side once while watching TV with him. I had screamed out from the pain, and he asked me what made me yell. I lifted my shirt's side a little, and I could see I was already bleeding from the gashes.
The person responsible for the Midtown Mall massacre had a look I was far too familiar with. It was not the visage of a cold-blooded killer, but the baffled face of someone formerly possessed. When I first became immortal, my biggest fear had been outliving all the people that I loved. But after spending countless centuries crawling at the bottom of the ocean, my biggest fear now is that I will never reach dry land. Waking Up to Someone in Our Campsite by SKC 222. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and then to stay at the Golden Ears Provincial Park. We liked camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different and make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with an Airbnb in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Ears, and it was close to the water, Alouette Lake. We packed terribly, had a giant tent, bought a bunch of fruit and vegetables to eat healthily, stored them in a cooler that was too small, and brought a cutting board and a knife to break up the snacks while driving. We started in California, switching off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington and made it to Vancouver. We spent a day or two in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Alouette Lake felt like walking into a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water. We hiked around and saw a beautiful waterfall where we saw a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was empty except for the other couple. We went to bed early that night. It was quiet, and I woke up to crackling outside the tent. My partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it because it was pitch black and probably an animal. The crackling continued closer to the tent. I sat up and grabbed my phone. The brightness came on, and I turned it off, almost blinding myself with the light. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze and sat up. They weren't moving and were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I said there was someone outside the tent. Then I heard footsteps. Quiet footsteps walking out of our campsite. My partner starts loudly saying, "What?" repeating in a sleepy haze. A car or a truck is parked right outside our camp area. No one is near our campsite. It started up and then drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they turned the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. So I'm shaking, and my partner can't put together what's happening. I want to leave, but Golden Ears locks their gate until 6 or 7 a.m., and it's 1 a.m. So we are going to be here. I make us move to the Ford Fiesta and fall asleep in the tightly packed car. She falls asleep immediately and thinks I'm paranoid. Could it have been a park ranger? It seemed too weird of behavior for a park ranger. I sit there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car is locked, and I want to sleep but can't. I'm in the passenger seat. My partner is in the driver's seat asleep, and it's 3 a.m. I'm sitting half awake. I hear the car slowly drive up the road, lights off as it rounds the corner. It had to be the same truck, and I was scared, but my adrenaline was pumping.
It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite, again, in the same spot. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I had no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, so I grabbed the knife and tried and made myself look angry, crazy, and big. I sit straight up in the passenger seat, holding the kitchen knife. I keep it straight up at eye level and stare deadpan out at the truck in the pitch black, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stops and turns off. A light shines directly into my face coming from inside the truck, and I stare back, terrified, in my bright red Ford Fiesta, holding my large kitchen knife, not blinking. The truck starts up and turns on its lights, and they stay on, blinding me, and the truck pulls out and turns around and goes back where it came. My heart is pounding, and I wake up my partner and say we need to get the hell out. We pack by just throwing things into the car and sitting there awake until 6 a.m. We drive home and don't stop. We keep rehearsing and trying to make sense of the situation. We ultimately decide that we both need some sleep. "It's Morse code for 'he awakens'," she said. As we watched, more crows joined the ones already at my window, tapping in the same rhythm. I got followed in the woods by the same guy, by Anonymous. Preamble. I'm a late 20s female, and this happened fairly recently. Nothing bad happened to me, but I'm lucky it didn't, and it easily could have. There is a conservation area that I used to like to walk in regularly. It's beside a golf course, near an ordinary subdivision, just off a busy road, and is popular with dog walkers and photographers. The conservation area is fairly well maintained and alerts its users there are hidden cameras everywhere. My point in bringing attention to all of this is to say that by all accounts, this is very safe, vanilla, urban wooden area in a populated area. One big thing about me is I like to isolate to recharge. I just like crowded trails and, by convention, go in off-peak hours, or when the weather is unpleasant. Not dangerous, but unpleasant. Too cold, lightly raining, foggy, etc. I stay safe, but I like there to be as few people around as possible. In a city, in daylight, I don't feel like taking any risks by doing this. First encounter. There was one day I went at around 4 p.m. or so on a frigid, rainy Monday in November. On days like that, there are maybe only 1 or 2 dog walkers, but today, there was no cars in the parking lot, except for a dirty blue pickup truck with a man sitting in it. I noticed he was looking at me, but that didn't really bother me. I was just happy to see the trail was empty. On this particular day, I went to the area to practice my navigation skills. I was learning how to use a compass at that time, and it's good to practice that skill in an area that you won't get lost in. So I decided to go off-trail to the Big Pine Plantation, which is a big, open area of large, mature pine trees, if you're not familiar. It's not a hiking area, or really that interesting in any way, and definitely off-trail. You wouldn't get there unless you really wanted to get there. So I picked up my first landmark and sighted it using my compass, and I'm pacing towards it. I find myself about halfway there when I hear rustling through the bushes, and I turn around to see the man from the dirty blue pickup truck there, entering the pine plantation. Mid-50s, white male, a little pudgy, wearing a baggy beige cardigan and blue slacks. I feel pretty alert at this point, feeling out of place somehow. I take note, but pretend to keep walking around with my compass because I don't want to seem weird. I look at him. He pretends to ignore me. I'm getting a really bad gut feeling about the situation for some reason at this point, and I feel like he's following me. But I have an anxiety disorder, so I try not to freak out for zero reason. I don't want to ruin my relaxation time. It's just a guy walking around. No big deal. To see if he's following me, I pivot 180 degrees, and I walk directly towards the trail again. He's still following me. I walk through the bushes onto the trail, still following me. At this point, I was freaking out. The pine plantation entrance is only about 50 feet on the trail, so this guy would have walked 50 feet, entered the pine plantation, and then decided that was it for the day? Bad odds. Definitely following me. I quickly exit the trail, and when I'm leaving the parking lot, I see he's still looking at me. I take the long way home. The experience freaks me out, and I only visit the area once before the second encounter. Second encounter. This time was in January. This time I went to go bird watching. A week prior, I had seen an owl in the same pine plantation. I was practicing navigation again, and I wanted to see it again. I had seen it about an hour before sundown, so I figured that was a good time to try to see it again in the same area. I checked the parking lot, and there was no blue pickup truck, but there were 2 other cars with men, one with a red sedan with heavy tinted windows, and it looked like the other one was empty. So I go to the trail again. Today is muddy, wet, and cold. Area should be totally empty. Good. Unfortunately, not so. About 20 feet on the trail, I hear footsteps behind me. I didn't like when people walked behind me, but it's not a crime, and I'll lose them soon when I go into the pine plantation. I'm sure you know where this is going. When I walk on the pine plantation, there is the same rustling of the bushes before, and when I turn around, I see the same man from before. I feel a wave of terror and dread overcome me. Alone in a muddy forest with a possible stalker. But it's still so calm, and it feels so mundane. To confirm my fears, I walk over to the area where I saw the owl last week and pause to look for it. Who do I see next to me is the same freaking guy from before. I'm terrified at this point, and every part of me is screaming run. So I walk as fast as I can to the trail again. I pass some other random guy in the same pine plantation and smile at him, just totally on autopilot. He smiles back. It wasn't until I was in the parking lot where I get freaked out that there was a second person in the same pine plantation. Could they be connected somehow? I stop briefly in the parking lot and take out a small notebook to quickly write down the license plates of the 2 cars. This gives the original man to catch up to the parking lot. I book it out, on foot, out of the parking lot, and he yells towards me, "Can I give you a ride?" And I just shake my head and keep walking. As I walk away, he begins to follow me in his car. He waits at the intersection to see which direction I'm going in. I decide to walk in a busy park to lose him. He pulls into a nearby hidden driveway and stares at me, and takes out his phone to presumably take a photo of me. He notes what direction I'm walking in, then does a U-turn and drives fast the other way. Conclusion. I took the long way home, filed out a police report, and the police opened an investigation on it. I have not gone back to that conservation area since, and the experience has definitely left me with an ongoing nervousness about being alone. Doubly more because I don't know who the second guy is. I passed him so quickly, I only know he was in his mid-50s and had glasses and was bald. The police, unfortunately, told me there's nothing they can really do at this point. So the best I can do is stay vigilant and try to not let it freak me out too much. Unfortunately, this has totally ruined my love for going out into the wilderness alone. Nothing bad happened, but I think that was more because I was able to escape and lose them, before anything did. To the random 2 almost stalkers, let's not meet. One night, Julie dreamt that she had drowned her baby brother in the tub and woke up, relieved that it had just been a bad dream. Hours later, she was horrified to find her brother's crib empty and could hear her mother's loud wailing coming from inside the bathroom. I think there was a skinwalker, or some type of thing like that, at my grandparents' farm, and it creeps me the fuck out. Bye. Bubble Nugget 62. Okay, so I've been a skeptic of creepy paranormal things my entire life. I've never really believed in that type of stuff. But the thing that I heard/witnessed at my grandparents' farm shakes me to my core. My grandparents own a large plot of land in central Missouri, and they have owned that land for around 40 years. I have been to that farm over 10 times, and every time I go, I always get this terrifying feeling that something is watching me. Like, there's always something behind my back. I have also had many strange encounters there that are downright bizarre. My first encounter with whatever the hell this thing was when I was around the age of 7 to 9. I'm currently 14. We had brought our dog named Spot to that farm. He was a silver lab who I loved dearly. I was exploring in the forest behind the house, just enjoying the summer breeze, when my dog started growling. A deep, sinister growl that I have never heard him make. I turned around quickly to see what he was growling at, but could see nothing but forest along forest. While my eyes were scanning the area of where my dog was growling, some animal shot out of the bush so fast I could barely see what it was. And before I knew it, it was gone. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, absolutely flabbergasted by what I just witnessed. From what I could see of it, it looked like a coyote, but the speed at which it moves was absolutely insane. Moved like 90 miles an hour and made almost no noise. But the most creepy part was that the place it jumped out of didn't even make an impact of where it had laid, and from where I viewed it jumped up, I should have been able to easily see where it was hiding. Shocked by what I witnessed, I just decided that was enough and went back inside the house. My second encounter happened when I was around 10. I was visiting the place and, like usual, I was getting that feeling I was being watched. The first day was normal and nothing really creepy happened. I was just spending quality time with family. But when night came, that's when shit started happening. I was trying to sleep in the twin bed that was shared by my mom's brother when he used to live there, when I heard a tapping. Not a tiny little tap, but a loud taps, almost like banging. It was coming from the direction of the window. I slowly sat up and looked out the window, but there was nothing, so I assumed it was just some animal or something like that. 5 minutes passed and no tapping. and I was drifting off to sleep when, boom, this time not a tap, a slam, a loud slam directly into the window. I'm not talking about a little hit. It sounded as if something absolutely massive hit the window. I shot up so quickly I nearly passed out. I decided enough was enough and grabbed a flashlight in the drawer and shined it out the window. Nothing. 10 seconds passed. Nothing. I was about to crawl into my mom's bed when I heard it. A screech. A screech that was not achievable by any human. So loud it pierced the quiet, peaceful summer night. I can't put it into words what the sound sounded like, but it was dark and horrible. I still remember it to this day. I froze, unable to move a muscle. I was so scared. I was sitting there still as a statue, petrified by what I heard. That's when my instincts kicked in and they told me to run into my mom's room, which I did. For some reason, it didn't wake her up. I just cuddled up next to her and didn't sleep the entire night. All I could think of was that sound, that horrible, terrible blood screech. My next encounter was when I was around the age of 13. I was back at my grandparents' just enjoying my time like I usually do, when my grandpa suggested that we go deer watching. I agreed, because I've been doing this since as long as I can remember, and it was never an issue and it was extremely fun. So we took the Polaris and went out around 6-7 p.m. to look for deer. We decided to go into the most eastern pasture because they usually where we spot the most deer. 30 minutes passed and we had seen a few deer, but not as much as usually do. But this is where the shit begins. I get that feeling again, that dreadful feeling that something is there, in the shadows watching me. But this time, it's a lot more intense, like it's right up behind me, but when I look, it's never there. It appears that my grandpa feels the same presence as me too. Just to let you know, my grandpa is a very laid-back individual, always joking and having a laugh. The only time I've ever seen him to be very serious is when my great-uncle died a couple of years ago. So when I started feeling that I'm being watched, my grandpa goes from a happy and laid-back expression to very serious and alert expression. He gripped the wheel so tight his knuckles turned white and was constantly looking around to make sure something wasn't following us. He then made a massive U-turn out of nowhere and started heading back to the house. I asked him, "What are you doing?" And he replied with, "We're heading back to the house." The tone of his voice was cold, like he had witnessed someone being murdered. At this point, he was gripping the wheel even harder and was absolutely going pedal to the metal full speed back to the house. I decided not to ask any questions until we got back to the house, which we did in no time at all. Once we were there, he rushed me into the house, constantly checking his back to make sure something wasn't there. When we were inside, he closed and locked the door tight. His behavior was very alarming, and it really shocked me to my core. I decided that all of this stuff I had witnessed was enough, and only asked him one question. What the hell is going on here? When I said that, he looked at me and gave me a cold expression and said, "I have something I need to explain to you." We then sat down for 30 minutes and he explained that whatever this thing that was living on his property has been here since the day he moved in, and he and my mother had experienced the same thing that was happening to me the first few years of living here. He explained that he had seen whatever this thing is, and that it doesn't like new visitors, hence why I was experiencing all of these problems. He told me all about the things he had witnessed and experienced, and they seemed to him pretty similar to what was happening to me. He told me that he knew that this was going to happen to me, and that we were always watching to make sure I never got hurt because he knew this creature better than anyone else.
We talked some more, but all of it was the same. It was now late, and he decided that I couldn't sleep alone, so he had me sleep with my mom. We luckily promptly left the next morning. I have not been back since that day. Last encounter. This last encounter isn't really an encounter. Two things have happened at my grandparents' farm. Recently, we brought my sister's horse to their farm. The first night for the horse was hell. My sister's horse has always been very friendly and not shy, but the first night of my sister's horse being at the farm was bizarre. The next morning, my grandpa woke up and was doing his usual chores and went to feed the horse. He noticed that the horse was acting very weird, extremely shy and timid, but when he took a better look, he was shocked. The horse had 3 10-inch gashes down its side, like something has clawed at it. It was ruled that the horse had ran into the fence, but I think otherwise. Also, around the same time, my grandparents adopted a dog and named it Panda. Panda was a Jack Russell Terrier who was about 2 months of age. 5 days later, he was found dead with deep puncture wounds on his body with his neck slashed up. They ruled that it was a bobcat or a mountain lion, but I also think otherwise. Someone doxed me, so I tried to get revenge. I hacked their phone and enabled their location so that I could get their address, but it showed my home address instead. Scientists were ecstatic when they discovered a message left behind for humanity by ancient aliens. After years of translating, they were less thrilled to discover that it simply read, "We are sorry."
Night Security Guard Paranormal Experience. My second paranormal post. By U/Major Tom 13. Narrated by September Dragon Audio. Continuing on from my last post here about when I was around 4-5 years old, I am now 29 and work as a security guard during the night in the UK. The site I usually do my duty at is in the northwest of England, but I will not give you the name of the site or specific area to keep my job secure. This is going to be a long-winded post, but I am confident that anybody interested in the paranormal will be satisfied, so here goes. So I was in the army at the time when one of my closest friends landed this job first. He was always a very hardcore skeptic, but started to tell me that he was experiencing things that were weird and freaking him out sometimes. After the army, I went into a couple of random jobs whilst I got my momentum back in regular life and also got myself SIA license. Eventually, my pal got shipped off to another site for the same customer, and I jumped at the opportunity to work in his place. My pal, let's call him Jackson, kindly drove me to the site for my induction to meet the guard on duty that night. The guard on duty was a very down-to-earth man in his 50s. After showing me the ropes, the whole 5 minutes, he asked me what I thought about poltergeists. I told him briefly about some of the experiences I have had throughout my life, and his eyes lit up, which sparked a casual friendship ever since. Basically, he told me about 2 guards leaving in the past due to strange things happening at this site, and that every guard has experienced at least one thing there. He is a lot deeper into this stuff than I am, but it adds to his harmless charm, and we have shared many deep conversations about the subject. Saturday night during the Christmas holiday in 2018. I locked myself in for the first time and readied to spend the next 12 hours alone enjoying my own company and getting paid for it. Gaming laptop straight out of Albert on whisper volume, of course, and frequently heads up in case intruders or a van driver comes to collect their personal vehicles. This place is quite creepy looking, as it is out in the sticks somewhat and surrounded by farmland. But I am very used to cutting about in the dark in places similar from my time in the army, so it was just whatever to me. For the first few shifts, I just heard the odd, strange noise, which quite frankly could have been anything from temperature expansion, contraction, to wildlife. On the night prior to the shift returning to work for 2019, I had one of those most profound paranormal experiences of my life, which generally scare me. It was the 3 a.m., 4 a.m. hourly patrol. I stepped off at about 3:30, and as I put one foot out of the guard's room door, a tiny stone whizzed around the guard's room, bouncing off the metal lockers, desks, etc. at head to torso height. I'm 6 foot tall. This didn't make any sense, but I shrugged it off and continued on my way. The first part of my patrol involved walking around the back of a 2-story, medium-sized office building where there are lots of stone pebbles to walk on before coming out from the back of the offices and onto a relatively large car park, about 2/3 the size of a football pitch. As soon as I stepped foot on the tarmac, a pebble landed next to me, and I thought nothing of it. I could have easily kicked one up a bit with my steel-toe boots and not felt it, whatever. I got halfway across the car park, and another landed just in front of me, as if it came from behind me. This is where I started to feel things weren't quite right, as the pebbles were way back by this point, and I would have felt it this time due to the additional force of it. I continued, and at the end of the car park were a row of shipping containers on the left and a huge biffa skip on the right. The patrol route takes me walking in between these for about 30 meters, and this is by far the creepiest part of this site, as it's so dark and dingy. This is where things begin to get intense. I was still walking towards this area and roughly 20 meters away when another pebble hit the biffa skip loudly at about 5 or 6 feet high. In other words, I would have had to get a bit of a run up and put effort into booting a pebble hard enough to get it high enough and to match the force it hit with. This really startled me, and I stood still and confused for about 30 seconds, looking all around me, but there was nobody, and I was equipped with a 400 lumen heavy-duty torch, so I could see for quite a distance. Nobody whatsoever. I reluctantly carried on out of duty down the alley past the skip that had just been hit and the shipping containers to my left. I had gotten about 10 meters past the first shipping container when it sounded as if somebody ran up to it with a sledgehammer and gave it a massive whack. My backside almost swallowed my pants whole, and it took me every ounce of my courage to immediately run back onto the car park and shine my torch in all directions. If this was a human, due to the layout of the site, they could not have gotten away in time unless they could contest using bolt, and even that would be a stretch considering it probably took me 2 seconds to sprint there, if that. The guard who gave me the introduction is that interested in this stuff that he told me to call him if anything like this happens, no matter the hour. So I continued to the center of the car park to get a full view of the site. But of course, nobody. Suddenly, I just heard bang, 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 coming from all directions, but confined to within the site. Shortly followed by tiny stones continuously whizzing past my shins with a low trajectory, similar to how one would throw skimming stones across a body of water. The thing is about these stones whizzing past me is that the direction they were coming from was a huge 3-story high warehouse with no windows or doors from my point of view. So, these tiny stones were being thrown at me from an unseen force for 100% certainty, as all that was there was 3 stories of brick wall. Never once did any of them hit me, just whizzed by my legs left and right. Behind this warehouse is a river that gets quite choppy in the winter, but even so, the trajectory indicated that the stones were definitely being thrown from in front of me and not over the warehouse, which would be the next to impossible feat anyway. I rang the other guard, and he could immediately hear the racket going on. He told me to go by the river and call out to it. Now, despite having a few experiences sparsely throughout my life, I have never been interested in engaging with whatever the paranormal is, but I decided to humor him anyway, all the while crapping my pants. I called out to it. Can't remember what I said, and everything immediately stopped and went silent. Nothing further happened that night, and the other guard said he's never known anybody get terrorized quite that badly by it. Once the staff arrived, I spoke to one of the blokes managing the site, and he said he would check the CCTV footage for any messers. Interestingly, the next shift, a couple of days later, the cleaner who used to be around for a couple of hours after the staff left called me into the office block to see a document printed out of an email. This was to my security firm about the events, but stated that they could not see anybody or any stones on the camera, but could see me doing an intense investigation and being violently startled a few times. Since then, I have had very sparse experience, such as doors slamming, a filled mop bucket moving 3 feet from the wall in front of my eyes, plants smashing in the canteen. Very annoying, as security officers get the blame for this, understandably. Cutlery having a quick jingle in the canteen drawers. A loud sound of what can only be described as heavy cardboard boxes being dragged along the dusty warehouse floor, and footsteps coming from the room above. A few months into the job, I also got another very close friend a job there, who was also in the Army prior, and also a massive skeptic until now. He literally laughed at myself and Jackson whilst we gave him his introduction when we mentioned the strange stuff. Jackson, to this day, references his cocky laugh, as his attitude soon got set straight. So, a few nights into my other friend, let's call him Scott, working there, I got woke up to a phone call at about 1:30 a.m. And it is Scott with a trembly voice saying that somebody was just sprinting up the stairs, ran through the short corridor, and is currently stood outside the guardroom door. I said, well, you're a security guard, do your job, and see who it is. Of course, nobody was there, and nobody could be there due to coded doors. I haven't experienced anything paranormal there for a long time now. It seems to have weeks, months of calm followed by short bursts of activity. I have also since branched out and done all of the sites my company contracts with, and never had an experience elsewhere besides one place to which I have video evidence of. I am reluctant to share, and even then I need permission from the guard who works that particular site. I have even worked at a number of derelict, creepy old mills with nothing strange going on. I have one more story about an experience in my teens for another time. And then that's all, folks. I hope you enjoyed.
The stranger who threw me into a dark cell laughed when I demanded if he knew who my father was, and how much he'd be sorry when I was found. Chuckling, he leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Who do you think paid me to take you?" I think someone or something was in my house. By Pink Pastel. I've rented my current house for around 3 years. It's located in a heavy wooded area on a couple acres of land, but with neighbors not too far off. I've always heard noises in the house. For example, a loose floorboard creaking under someone's weight when there's no one around but myself and things move slightly, such as a water glass being shifted on the counter. It didn't bother me too much, as those occurrences I could shrug off as overthinking or ordinary house noises. However, when my boyfriend moved in, he too would hear these things. It was more so scratching and tapping noises outside though, sometimes so loud they would wake us up. Him being freaked out about it assured me it wasn't just in my head. We lightheartedly joked about it being a ghost, but I think we both didn't want to admittedly play into it that much, as the occurrences were usually few and far between. He ended up moving out eventually due to need to be closer to his work, and things became scarier after. A specific incident happened around 11 p.m. while him and I were on a phone call. Someone knocked on my door lightly 3 times. My parents reside pretty close, so I automatically thought something was wrong and they had come by. My dog was barking like mad, which is not usual, so naively, I went and answered the door not even 30 seconds after the knocks. No one was there when I opened it. I was completely shocked and scared after I realized it could be someone trying to rob me. I closed the door quickly and locked up absolutely everything. My dog continued to bark for a good 10 minutes after the whole encounter, all while staring at the door. The reason I'm writing now, though, is my most recent experience in which I heard a loud commotion during the night that woke me up. It sounded like someone had taken a trash bag full of cans and thrown it across my kitchen at 2 a.m. The dog and cat also shot up, both staring at my slightly open door, the dog growling. I could see through the crack into my living room and thought I saw a black figure going back and forth, almost pacing. I was completely petrified. I couldn't move and lay awake for 2 hours afterwards, just staring and trying to make anything out in the dark. Finally, I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Eventually, I fell asleep, and the next morning I checked around the house, but nothing was out of place. I'm just not sure what to make out of it all, or what to do. The ticking clock echoes through the hallway as a police squad nervously awaits the arrival of the kidnappers at the exchange site. All of them started to look around when the ticking became faster, and one of them noticed the hands on the clock never moved before a wave of intense heat washed over them. Before this story starts, I would like to warn you that there is talk of sexual assault specifically in this story. If this is not something you want to listen to or can handle at this moment, please use the timestamps that I have made for you to just skip to the next story. I do hope you enjoy the rest of this video.
Something Happened Last Night by Pink Bitch. Narrated by September Dragon Audio. Sorry for the bad grammar. I'm still learning English. I'm in Mexico right now for spring break. The problem is that every time we stay in this house, I have trouble sleeping. I've already experienced sleep paralysis many times while staying here, and it's creeping me out. Tonight was different though. I woke up at 4 a.m. I was thirsty, so I drank a bottle of water beside me. Soon after, I needed to go to the restroom, but was too scared to go out of my room. Eventually, at 6 a.m., I decided to get up. I did my business and returned to bed. Soon after, my eyes felt heavy, and I decided to sleep again. Not even an hour later, I woke up again, but did not open my eyes fully. I felt heavy. I could see my barely lidded room and closed my eyes again fast. I thought it was sleep paralysis again, until I heard a feminine voice I didn't recognize. I knew the owner of the voice was in bed next to me. My sister was sleeping next to me, but she slept at my left side. I did not think of opening my eyes. I did not want to see what was in my room. I felt a hand wrap around my neck, and I started to freak out. I couldn't scream, so I only breathed heavily. I felt another hand, but this time it stopped in my chest and started to touch my breasts. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I tried calling my sister, but I couldn't reach her. I could only move 3 fingers. I was beyond scared. I wanted whatever was touching me to stop. I called for God. I started praying, but nothing seemed to work. The hand that was in my chest moved to grab my right hand and felt my hand going up. The thing put 2 of my fingers in its mouth. It was horrifying. I felt tongue and teeth. It did not bite me, but it was licking them. I was shocked and scared, but I still had my eyes tightly shut. I wanted to cry when I heard the feminine voice again, on above me. It chuckled. The voice wasn't that scary, but it still creeped me the fuck out. It took my fingers out of its mouth and guided them between its genitals. I tried to scream and resist, but I couldn't. I felt weak. It inserted my fingers in them. I tried moving my arm, but was impossible. They were just stronger and kept my hand still. I didn't know what to do. Nobody could listen to me. When I tried praying again, the thing started talking to me. I couldn't understand anything it said. Whatever had my hand still between its legs took my fingers out, and I felt a hand run down my body till it stopped in my private area. I wanted to get up and run to my mom's room. I wanted to cry. I was begging God to stop this, but it felt like everything I tried was useless. Its hand never went all the way. It was like there was something preventing it from continuing. Out of nowhere, it felt like I was knocked down unconscious. I stopped hearing it and my mind went blank. Out of nowhere. I woke up about 2 or 3 hours later. I was shaking. I could still remember everything vividly. How it talked, how it touched me, everything. My sister woke up and noticed how scared I was and noticed my trembling. With a trembling voice, I broke down and told her everything. I was sobbing and she was clearly worried. Comforting me and listening to everything I said, I felt violated. Every part of my body was shaking, and I just wanted to get out of my room as soon as possible. I still don't know what it was. If someone has had the same experience, please tell me what it was. I'll appreciate it very much. I can't keep thinking of it since this morning. I'm scared to even walk in my own house.
The nauseating hum from the old broadcast tower carried unpleasant dreams to the villagers below. No one was surprised when the reports of sporadic violence started. There's Something in My Woods, written by Warrior Poet, 1978. My first post on Reddit, so bear with me, but this topic is so out there, and I thought this might be a good place to discuss the strange going-ons in my woods with a larger audience. I like to preference this post by saying that I'm a highly educated and scientific person, and have never been a believer in the supernatural, Bigfoot, or things of that nature. That being said, I'm at a loss for the things my family has encountered on my property over the last 7 years, and would love to hear your suggestions. Here's my story. 7 years ago, my wife and I purchased a property and 11 acres of woods in a rural part of northern eastern Minnesota. The woods were connected to a large acreage of field and woods of about 160 acres, and although sparsely populated, the land is near a fairly busy state highway. There are some housing developments in the area, but they are 3 to 4 miles away, and the majority of the land all around our property is farm fields, woods, and rivers. It's remote, but with the town so close, I wouldn't call it wild by any means. I'm mentioning this because I've heard many Native American legends of things in the deep northern woods of Minnesota and Canada, but the area in which we live is not that. Royal, yes, but not the endless north woods. As I said earlier, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, and have never been afraid of the woods or the outdoors, even though I have a healthy sense of caution and respect for large bears, moose, wolves, or any other potentially dangerous wildlife. I'm also an avid hunter and mountaineer, and I have experienced many nights in the wilderness. I've had numerous encounters with dangerous animals or situations, so I'm not spooked easily. Knowing my state of mind is important to my story because many so-called supernatural encounters can be explained by people with an already high level of belief, anxiety, or fear. That's not me. Well, that all changed after the first few weeks of moving in. The house and land had been abandoned for a couple of years due to foreclosures, so a lot of work needed to be done to get it back into shape. Wildlife had grown accustomed to no human presence, and black bears frequently roamed the yard at night, along with many other woodland creatures. We also found a lot of animal bones scattered throughout the woods, and coyotes were abundant. One night during those first few weeks, we had a rainstorm, and I was worried about a broken downspout potentially causing a basement leak. It was about 10 p.m., so I grabbed my headlamp and headed outside to deal with the situation. Behind our house is a fairly large, swampy area that divides the woods. I had my back facing the area while fiddling with the downspout when I suddenly had this intense feeling of dread. It's really hard to explain the feeling, but it was like my body knew something was back there. It was very unusual based on the circumstance. Never having felt this type of fear before, I tried to stay calm and slowly turn around to point my headlamp back towards the swamp. What I saw was something I still can't explain. Eyes, numerous glowing, reflecting eyes staring back at me. These were not eyes reflective that you typically see with a deer or other animals, since they were all at different heights, and when I pointed my headlamp spot beam directly at where you would expect a head to be, there was nothing there but weeds and trees. When I turned the headlamp off, they were still there, glowing as if a light was being shined. They did not move. They just stared through me. Needless to say, I bolted and ran as fast as I could back into the house and explained it away as deer or raccoons. Later that summer, I was sitting out on our screened porch that partially faced the swamp and connected woods to the west. It was approximately 11 p.m. when I began to hear what sounded like a bear fighting with or attacking a cow. Since there was a small farm to the northwest of my property, I assumed that perhaps a cow had wandered into the woods and been attacked by a bear. I really didn't know if this was something a bear would actually do, but it was my only guess based on the sounds I was hearing at the time. It was clearly some kind of roar like a bear, but then followed by a frantic sounding cow's mooing. This went on for over an hour, and it was probably one of the most horrible sounds I ever heard. Even though it sounded so strange and almost supernatural, it didn't frighten me since I had a rational explanation in my head. Even weirder, this same series of sound happened again the next summer. These first few years, I never investigated the area of the woods the sounds came from, since it was not my property. A couple of years later, I had the chance to purchase this area in 70 acres to the west, which consisted of the woods that connected to mine as well as a few tilled fields, more woods, and ponds. As part of purchasing this land, I spent a great deal of time walking around on it to get a good understanding of its value and layout. As part of my walk, I was able to get a much better look at the farm setup to the south. The farm did have cows as expected, but to my surprise, the area they were kept in was a long distance from my house, much too far for me to hear them. And the fencing was also extremely well built and electrified. Looking at it, there was just no way a cow was wandering off from that farm. I didn't really think about this fact until recently, but feeling it's best to lay everything out in a chronological order. After acquiring the property, I proceeded to put up tree stands at various locations along with trail cameras in order to prepare for the upcoming deer hunting season. One spot was this hilly woods where I heard those sounds many years prior. Again, I did not connect these two things until now. This area was very odd, as whenever I hiked through there, I would always see some new strange thing. One time, my son and I found an old game snare tied to a tree with what looked like to be dried blood on the tree bark. Another time, we found an at least 100-year-old tree with barbed wire fencing, completely spiraling the entire trunk, growing in and out at different intervals. I also found many tree trunks with large scratch or claw marks, not resembling any antler rub. Perhaps a bear? We'd almost always find dead animal bones in this area, and even this winter I found a couple of deer legs snapped and picked clean. My son has found numerous animal skulls there as well. As I was saying, I put a game camera in the area since I had seen tracks and signs and wanted to get a sense of the best place to hunt. I placed one there many seasons and have yet to capture a single thing on it. Nothing. My son has posted there a couple of times for hunting season and has mentioned the strange sense of quiet. He's used to the forest sounds coming back after sitting still for a long period of time, but in this spot, there are never any sounds. He has mentioned hearing something walking around, though. Another incident occurred one hunting season when I was entering this area en route to another stand when I saw a violent thrashing of the foliage, moving fast and crossing from right to left, but moving away from a position. I, of course, encountered deer and bear all the time, so I'm familiar with how they move when spooked, but this was something different. Whatever this thing was made a high-pitched trumpeting combined with bellowing sound that was like nothing I'd ever heard from an animal outside an elk, which we don't have in this area. It wasn't bounding, and there wasn't this raised white tail or large dark mass to indicate a deer or a bear. There really didn't appear to be a body at all, just whipping and flailing leaves and branches along with deafening sounds. A year after this incident, my son went out hiking in the woods to try and find me since I was out doing some forest management. As he walked through this area, he thought he spotted me coming through the woods fast, but quickly noticed that the walk and clothing were nothing like mine. Whoever it was also a lot taller than me, and he described him as extremely thin. He said the person he saw did not notice him at all, and seemed to be walking in a straight line like they had tunnel vision or something. Seeing someone in this part of the woods and their direction of travel don't at all make sense, since there really would be no reason to be there or to be heading that way, as it leads to a deep ravines and an uncrossable river. After he found me and explained what he saw, I quickly went over to investigate to see if we had a trespasser. I hiked for a quick while, but never found anything or anyone. If someone was there, they either got picked up on the road or vanished. That same year, my son had a friend over and they went for a late afternoon walk in the woods. As it began to get dark, they made their way back by walking on the edge of the field that is next to this area of woods. As they passed by, they said they saw a figure a little way off in the trees. Whatever they saw was near one of the hills in this patch of forest and seemed to be making some kind of hand gestures. It began walking slowly towards them when they called out, "Hey, hello!" He or it stopped still and said nothing. It was at this point the boys sensed something wasn't right and bolted back towards the house. They rushed into the house and told me what they saw, and I of course laughed it off, as their minds playing tricks on them. My son described the figure as very tall, like 10 to 15 feet, but with skinny arms, and his body was dark all over. Not hairy per se, but dark. They even thought it was an animal at first because of the weird way it looked. He couldn't really describe it very well other than
gaunt or skinny and strangely dark. Me, being the curious and protective father I am, was worried about it being trespassers, drug addicts, or both. So I told them I would go and take a look. They brought me to the area and pointed to where it was standing, and I headed into the woods. Since it was winter and there was snow on the ground, I thought it would be easy to locate the tracks of whatever this was and find out where it came from or went to. When I got to the spot, there wasn't a single track or disturbance in snow. There was no way an animal or man could have been in that area and not left tracks. They had either made it up or their minds were playing tricks on them. Or so I thought. To this day, my son and his friends still swear they saw it clear as day, and I can definitely attest that their fright was real. My wife has also experienced strange thrashing sounds and other feelings of dread or being watched in this part of the woods, and generally refuses to go over there anymore. All this brings me to today, where I had a sudden realization that all this strange sounds, sightings, bones, and events seem to be centered around this one area, and I'm just at a complete loss to what it all means. It's all too strange to really bring this up and discuss it with people I know around here, but I wanted to share my story and see if anyone in this community might have any theories or ideas on what we might be dealing with here. I'll continue to investigate on my end, but would love to see what you all think. Some photos of the area where these events occurred, including some pictures of new dead animal evidence I found today. And I will go through the photos on screen for you. I was walking through the woods, alone and at peace, till I heard my mother's voice in my ear. "It's been so long, murderous daughter."
Man, there's a lot of bizarre wildlife to see out in the national park. They got a high number of deer that stand on their hind legs for starters.
Creepy Men at Work by Tangerine Sally. I posted other creepy encounters on here before, but I've had another experience I want to share. I worked as a bank teller as a female 20. Noticed a guy around my age who'd also come in with an older man. They'd come in to do their banking and would try to have a conversation with me. The vibe they would give off immediately made me uncomfortable. They looked like sharks circling their prey. They would compliment me on how attractive I was, but would say how nice my shirt showed off my breasts. I wore business attire, so there was nothing inappropriate in what I was wearing. I tried my best to ignore it and focus on my job. Every time they would come in, they'd make these inappropriate comments to me. One day, I saw them walking from the parking lot towards the door. I quickly told my boss that those men that were about to come in had been bothering me.
She told me to hide in the vault, and I quickly obliged. A few of my coworkers waited on some other customers. After 10 minutes, one of my coworkers came in to tell me that this guy brought a pumpkin for me as a gift. My boss told him I was at lunch, but he insisted that he wait and give it to me in person. After a half an hour of these men standing in the lobby, some of my coworkers gave glances of pity from where they were standing. My boss finally told them I had to leave early, and they gave over the pumpkin and left it with one of my coworkers to give to me. I came out of the vault and the three of my coworkers asked me what this was all about. I filled them in and told them I refused to wait on those men going forward. They laughed and said, "Why are they passing out pumpkins as a gift?" I quickly threw it in the trash and felt very uncomfortable. On another day, I was managing the customers in the lobby all by myself. We were short-handed and it was during lunchtime. The same guy who gave me the pumpkin walked in. The older guy wasn't with him today. I nervously looked around and didn't see my boss in her office. He came out to my counter with his creepy smile and asked how I liked my pumpkin. I was very nervous and I'm sure it showed, but he didn't seem to care. I noticed he was moving his hands rhythmically below his belt while looking very turned on. I could tell he was trying to pleasure himself, but the counter blocked my view. Thank God. But I remember there were cameras where he was standing. He suddenly left when another customer walked in. When my boss came back in the office, I told her what happened. The next day, the two men came back looking for me. I quickly hid and my boss motioned for them to step into her office. I don't know exactly what was said, but they were told not to come back to our branch location, or they would experience consequences. I never saw them again. They always said my grandpa looked just like me when he was my age. The police say that's how the victims were able to identify him after all these years. Followed on the sketchy side of town by No Career 2880. I've been on this sub for a couple of years now. Had my own couple let's not meet moments, but for some reason tonight, I just needed to share what happened. For context, I'm in school still and work for my family member on certain weekends at a local college selling concessions at the stadium. It's about a once to twice a month and the stadium is off towards the edge of town. It's Friday night and I had just gotten out of school and had to go straight to work. I got to work for 4 hours, half shift tonight, and my boss, my aunt, tells me we need some spoons for tomorrow's event. We sell ice cream and these events have like 5,000 plus people at them. I say okay, I'll grab them on my way home. The only store open with heavy-duty spoons is all the way on the other side of town, and I still wanted to go meet up with some of my friends and mess around. I decided to take the faster but more sketchy way, around the outskirts of town. I live in a weather bipolar state. It snowed last night, but I figured the roads would be fine enough even if they weren't plowed. I take off to the store and the first 5 minutes go by and nothing's wrong. I haven't seen a single car or any buildings the entire time, but keep in mind it's approaching 9 p.m. and I'm on the outskirts of town. And no one really takes this way unless they really have to. All of a sudden, I see something in the corner of my eye, and it looks like a man. Roughly 5'8", I'd say, wearing shorts, t-shirt, and a backwards hat. He's in the ditch, walking in snow, when it's like 10 degrees out. My first thought is to pull over, but I'm on the phone with my mom at the time, and she warns me not to, as some things have happened before in this town. Example, a couple of years ago, a college girl was kidnapped and found dead rolled up in a rug in 2014. I considered stopping, but for some reason, I tell myself not to. I wasn't really worried about anything. I'm a young dude driving a big pickup truck. Last type of person anyone would want to harm, right? I passed the man, going about 40 miles per hour. Like I said, roads aren't the best. I drive not even 500 feet past him, and immediately, a car that I did not see at all before turning on, and pulls out of a field entrance off the road and starts to follow me. At first, I thought I was just focused on the man in the ditch and didn't see a road, and that's where they came from. But I later found out there was no road there. Now again, I'm not super worried. I've watched my fair share of crime movies and read plenty of stories on this sub, and I didn't feel it was a threat yet. I started to approach the town again and have to take some turns to get where I'm going. I turn left, the car turns left. I turn right, car turns right. I go around a roundabout and skip my turn and go twice as no one else was in there. The car follows. At this point, I start to worry a little. But maybe they just need to get to the store also? I then pull up to a stop sign. I wasn't on the best side of town either, may I add. And I turned without my turn signal. The car follows. Now, at this point, I should have went straight to the police station, but I still didn't think much of it. I'm 2 miles from the store, where plenty of people will be. I take a few more turns, and the car continues to follow me. I completely blew a stop sign at a non-busy intersection, and the car does a quick stop and go and catches straight up. At this point, I'm 2 turns to the store, so I'm still not worried. I turn to the store, and the car turns also. The store also has a gas station, so I pull there first and act like I was getting gas. The car sits off to the side of the road, in between the gas station and the store, and just sits there. I wait about 10 minutes and the car doesn't move. At this point, I start to get worried. I'm a young kid alone at night near the bad side of town. I call my friends I'm supposed to meet up with later on and give them the license plate for the worst case scenario, and then take off to the store. I cross the street, and the car comes straight behind me. I'm freaking out on the phone, not knowing if I should call the cops or not. I go and park as close as possible to the store, and the car parks 3 rows behind me and a couple down. It's getting late at this point, and the store is closing soon. There's only a couple others in the lot. I turn my truck back on and go park on the complete opposite side of the lot. Get out, and I completely bolt inside the store. I'm not super overweight, but I'm not skinny either. I'm about 6'1" and 200 pounds. Who would want anything to do with me? I get the spoons, take my time in the store, and I go to call my friends to walk back outside, but my phone is dead. I look out the sliding doors, and suddenly there's a white van next to my driver's side. Looks like there's no one in it, but the back windows are covered and it's running. Big red flag. I run to customer service and explain everything, but they think I'm some young kid messing around. At the time, I didn't see the original followed car, but no way in hell am I going outside with that van next to my truck. After waiting what seemed like hours, but was really 30 minutes, the van pulls forward and the original car appears from the other side of the building. You can see from the in-store Starbucks window them talking, and they both drive off. I waited another 10 minutes and dashed outside. I sped to my friend's house, and when I got there, I parked in his garage. My one buddy asked me why there's a big orange mark on my tire, and my heart sank. When I was inside, the fellow car must have marked my tire. After inspecting the rest of the truck, we found a small pipe dropped in the bed of my truck surrounded by snow. It was about 2 inches wide, and I say about 18 inches long, wrapped in duct tape. It was not mine. I was alone, no phone, scared, in a part of town I'm not familiar with. I tried to laugh it off, but now that everyone's asleep, I can't help but think what would have happened if I walked outside. I've always been the sort of ego boost on the fact that I'm a chubby fat dude that no one would want to mess with. But after tonight, I realized anyone can be targeted. Update. Police came and took the pipe away today. As multiple of you said, I know already they can't really do anything about it as nothing really happened. They said that they would look into the license plate, but other than that, nothing much happened, as no crimes were committed. So, to the creepy men who followed me all night and waited by my truck, let's not meet. Tom poked my favorite pair of trousers full of holes when we were children, and laughed when I swore revenge. Well, now we're both astronauts on the International Space Station, and he's about to have a very nasty surprise when he goes out spacewalking. My neighbor had a creepy visitor this evening. By Kaiser Mattis. I just had a creepy experience. Well, more to the point, my neighbor has. It's 10 p.m. here. I'm in my kitchen getting a drink and looking through the blinds as the car park is busier than its usual deathly silence. I live in a first-floor flat overlooking another small block and a 2-story maisonette. As I'm watching, a security light up the street comes on and a gentleman is walking up our usually quiet street. Which caught my attention was his hood was up and a mask pulled up over his face. Outside in the dark other than our street lamps. I watch as the car leaves the car park and the gent makes a beeline to the corner bottom flat and cuts through the bushes to stand nose first to the front window. He is just standing there in the dark, just looking through the blinds. He stood there for what must have been 2 minutes, in the dark, peeping in. After a short time, he walked around the side of the flat to be near the main door. Then, just as quickly as he had gone around, came straight back into the bushes at the front and nose against the glass peering in. This time for around 3 minutes, just in the dark, intensely staring into a young couple's home, before turning and starting to walk back out of the car park. Thinking this is really odd behavior, having walked straight to the furthest flat, indicating a target/victim, I grabbed my shoes and ran out and down to the stairs to see if I could get a closer look at him or his clothes, just in case he came back. When I get outside, I could see him down the road walking into a side alley, where you can either go down the side alley or around a few houses and it brings you out at the same side road with another dark hill alley. I ran the opposite way to him and turned the corner as he was going down the secondary alley, proceeding to follow him down the steep side way. I saw him turn the corner, but in the 20 feet distance he had over me, by the time I turned the corner, he was gone. Must have hopped a fence or hid. He was nowhere to be seen. I ran back to my car park, jumped in my car, and drove around the block a couple of times, with no luck of seeing him. Overall, a very odd experience and super stalker-like behavior. I did let my neighbors know they had a peeping visitor, by the way, and left my car facing the open car park so my dash cam can run just in case. Also made sense when I knocked on the door why he came back around from the side so quick. Be assured the kitchen window blind was up. He has returned once again, standing in the flower bed, peering in the window. He hid down behind the bushes when a neighbor's car came home, and then went back to leaning in. She began to weep and beg me to reconsider, as I told her it just wasn't working, and asked her to get out of the car. I felt terrible for ending a relationship like this after 4 years, but hoped that someone else might adopt her from the orphanage. The Creepy Coworker by Hannah Joni. This is my first time posting here, and this event happened in 2018. I worked at SeaTac Airport, which I still think is probably the smallest international airport I have ever seen. The airport was so small that your workstation almost forces you to work alongside other jobs. In this case, I worked in sales, and we were stationed next to the wheelchair lane, which usually had one wheelchair pusher in the lane. Now keep in mind, I was only 19 when this incident happened. I would say I'm a sweet person who goes out of my way to start conversations with people that look bored since I work night shifts at the airport. There was practically nobody flying, and there would be more workers than passengers. Therefore, we met Mike, around the age of 20 to 23. Mike was one of the wheelchair pushers who looked completely out of it, zoned out and didn't seem non-talkative. Me and Mike worked side by side in lanes. He usually come to give the person in the wheelchair lane a lunch break, and then proceed to go back to pushing people in wheelchairs throughout the airport. The 30 minutes we saw each other every day was completely awkward and quiet, until one day he overheard me and a coworker's conversation about depression. He prompted up in his chair and goes, "Yeah, I agree with your depression sucks." That's when I realized, oh man, the kid doesn't just look depressed, but he probably is. Now, I don't know how that small interaction changed our perspective on Mike. He would join our conversations and even went out of his way to say hello and give us a hug while he finds us throughout the airport. One day my lead suggested me and Mike should go out for tacos since we both kept complaining how nothing was open late at night and we were always hungry. Now, we've known Mike for almost a month now, and his depression-filled body started filling with joy every time we would find out we were stationed next to each other. At this rate, we were laughing it off, saying no way. It would be too weird if we went alone together. I was currently single, and was no way attracted or interested in Mike like that. He then looked at me and said, "I actually know this amazing Mexican spot that's nearby if you are actually really hungry. They serve the best fish tacos." Now, knowing the fat ass I am, I didn't decline. I loved eating late at night, and Mike never gave me strange danger vibes. I agreed, because I don't see the harm in going out to get tacos before I sleep. We exchanged our numbers, and I head home before him since I clocked out an hour before he does. Now, when I arrived home, I was getting dressed to go eat out, and the plan was just to meet up at the spot since the Mexican spot ended up being only 5 minutes away from my house. I get a text from Mike saying he wanted to pick me up. I kept refusing because I just finally got my driver's license and the place was only 5 minutes away from my home. After almost 40 minutes of us insisting how we were going to get there, I finally gave in to have him pick me up, which I would later regret. Now, I was a big girl, like we're in the 200 zone, compared to Mike, who was very thin and short, so I wasn't worried if he attempted anything with me. I told him to pick me up along the street down because I didn't really want him to know where I exactly lived just yet. His beat-up trash Toyota pulled up, and we headed to the Mexican spot. We got our food, and it was amazing that we went for seconds. We have a good talk watching the soap opera on TV. After we're done, we get back into the car where he was supposed to drop me back at home, but he stops, looks at me and says, "Can we talk in private? I know a spot." I kindly refused and told him it's already 2 a.m. and we should get back home, and he says, "I know it's late, but I just have a lot going on in my life and you're the only person that really hung out with me like this." The kinda idiot I am, I said sure. Already seeing him drive down the road, I noticed so many red flags. As the streetlights started disappearing more, his mood and tone started to change. A complete difference in the atmosphere around Mike emerges. He starts telling me, "I sure do hate the society about women nowadays. They all seem to have this stupid standard. I hate them. I hate them." And I'm like, did I just find a woman hater? Mike never seemed like a gay guy to me. He just started to seem every time he attempted to talk to women, they blatantly reject him. And me, a woman, is now a dummy he's projecting all his female hate talk to. I was actually too stunned to speak because he became a whole different person during that drive. We arrived at an abandoned skate park in the middle of God knows where. He tells me to get out. I listened. And here we are at 2 a.m. sitting on cold concrete in freezing temperatures. He goes on. He tells me how he hates women and how he would lie to his passengers he takes on his wheelchairs and tells them that he's from the UK and speaks in a British accent. I was so overwhelmed. Like, what the F was happening right now? He then talks to me in a British accent from there on. How he would give his life up for God, and God was the only thing keeping him chained down. He looked me dead in the eyes and says, "God would want me to castrate myself since he doesn't want me touching or being near female creatures for my safety." I was completely quiet for the whole time, confused, questioning myself how much of a fool I was to even think that I thought this guy liked me. I was completely wrong. After 30 minutes, I was getting cold since this female creature I was anemic. I told him I would like to go home now, and he says, "No," and proceeds to talk in a British accent about how God is coming to rescue him. I felt like I was living in a movie because I can't believe what was even happening. After he noticed I started shaking my leg, he then says, "I guess we can proceed back to the car." We get back to his car and a miracle happens. My Asian mother calls me. I was expecting her to scream at me. asking me where I was and to come home like she usually does. But this time, she says in a calm voice, "Where are you?" in Vietnamese. And I tell her I'm out getting food with a coworker, and she says, "Okay, have fun," and hangs up. Again, in disbelief that she didn't care where I was at almost 3 a.m., for the first time, I lie and say, "What? Oh, you want me to come home? Oh, okay, I'll start heading home soon," and pretend to hang up the phone. I look at Mike and say, "Sorry, my mom wants me home now." He punches his wheel and sighs annoyingly loud, which gave me a jump scare for a moment, and he just starts his car and just sits there in silence, annoyed, grinning the whole time. He eventually starts driving, pulling out his phone and literally throws it at me. "Open it," he says, already exhausted and still not believing everything that was happening. My eyes grew fixated at over 100 notes on his phone. "What is this?" I asked. He said it's songs and poems he's wrote. He looks at me and says, "Go ahead, pick one." I don't quite remember what the notes said. The only key words I saw was betrayal and women that stood out. He goes, "That one. Would you like for me to sing it to you?" I straight up said no, but he continued to sing it for me, and the worst part is, he sang it in a British accent. The whole drive was him singing to me in a British accent how God's plan is to stray him from the human race so he can overcome himself. I was zoned out the whole car trip. It all didn't feel real. My sense of danger getting lower due to how exhausted I was, and how I was listening to how this man wanted to eradicate the female species off the face of the earth, and how our judgment day was coming. He dropped me off on my street, and had the audacity to say, "I had such a lovely time with you, darling." I slammed his door shut and run down the street before he had a chance to start up his car. After the incident, I ignored his messages, which he texted me 2 pages long on how sorry and how he believed God was here to put us together. How my Asianness was the only thing holding him back to committing real love to me. I stood in the back of my station to avoid talking to him. He would follow me back into my break room, and thankfully, my manager was there and yelled at him to piss off before he called security. He later got the hint that I was not interested, but continued to stare down every second he was in the same station with me. Thankfully, during that time I found a second job, and my whole schedule was changed, and I never had to see him at work again. I saw him at the Target once, but quickly went back to my car before he had a chance to walk up to me. I later found out Mike was living on one of my lesbian coworkers' couches. I told her everything he said and did, and she was completely shocked. She never saw Mike like that. He was just very quiet and would crack a joke here and there. I advised her she should keep an eye on him. She thanked me for the relay of all the information, and eventually he was forced to move out later in the month. So, Mike, darling, let's never ever meet again.
"Baby, hon, wake up. Someone broke into the house." I begged him, but he kept snoring, sound asleep. Normal people can't listen to ghosts. Even if they desperately try to warn their former partner, the killer is back to finish what they started. And with that, we're near the end of this compilation of 5 hours worth of stories. True scary stories and ghost stories. Ranging from October 17th of 2021 all the way to June 19th of 2022.
A great range of different stories, and a great way to see how I've changed my style over time. I'd like to thank the writers who let me read their stories yet again. Thank you guys, as always. Now, if you enjoyed these stories, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. If you're new, subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. If you'd like to help this channel/podcast, please just share it with anyone who might enjoy it. And if you'd like to help in other ways, I have Patreon, merch, which I have revamped just recently, PayPal, and memberships, which are officially up and running. I missed a button last time, so they are actually officially running. My bad. Sorry, guys. And always, I would love a comment, and there'll be no Sunday word, because I don't think it's fair to throw it at the end of a compilation. So next Sunday, we'll have that Sunday word in the middle of Halloween week. But as always, guys, thank you for watching and listening. It really means the world to me. Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.